Good evening. The July 7th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting is in session. Melissa, could you please do the roll call?
Yes, Chair Clow,
Yes, here.
Commissioner Faulkner, Commissioner Hinojosa, Commissioner Lawrence, Commissioner Lucero,
Here.
Commissioner Mirando, Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Toya. Madam Chair, a quorum is present.
Thank you. Commissioner White, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yes, I'm sorry. Moving to the agenda, does staff have any amendments to the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a few. So under staff communications, Alexandra Ladd, the Director of the Office of Affordable Housing, will be giving the update on the affordable housing crisis tonight. And then case 2022-5393, 7261 Airport Road Development Plan will be postponed to August 4th, 2022.
Do any of the commissioners have any amendments to the agenda? If not, could I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the agenda as read.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor of the, or roll call, please. Do we need to do roll calls when we're in?
As far as I know, not for these types.
Okay.
You don't, just always vote.
Only on Zoom. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So everyone in agreement with the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone in disagreement with the agenda? Okay. The motion to approve the agenda passes. Mr. Cook, you want to address number D?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I'd like to introduce the new chair and the newly appointed members tonight. So I'd like to introduce Commissioner Janet Clow, who's the newly appointed chair of the Planning Commission by Mayor Weber. Welcome, Commissioner Clow. I'd like to say that I've seen her bring invaluable insight and experience and a common sense approach to her role as a commissioner, and we're very happy to have her in the new leadership role. She's replacing Commissioner Brian Gutierrez, who we all know and love and served this commission well. And I'd like to thank him for his service as a commissioner and his role as the commission chair. We also have a couple of new members, Phil Lucero and Shep Mirando. So Commissioner Mirando has been appointed to District 1 to the District 1 seat replacing Commissioner Gutierrez, and Commissioner Lucero has been appointed to the District 4 seat to replace Commissioner Dominic Satenia. I'd like to also thank Commissioner Satenia for his thoughtful and outspoken service to the Commission. So Commissioner Mirando is a local design professional with Lloyd Associates, and Commissioner Lucero is an education director at CAVU, which is a climate advocacy nonprofit. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. And Commissioner Clow, if you like to say a few words and allow Commissioner Mirando and Commissioner Lucero to introduce themselves. Yeah, I'd just like to welcome you all into your new roles in the Planning Commission, and thank you for your commitment and your service.
Yes, welcome, and it's really nice to have a full commission. That means we're likely to have enough attendance to not have to cancel meetings. Would each of you like to say, give us a little bit about your background and give us some information? And we could start with Commissioner Lucero.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clow. My name is Phil Lucero. I'm a Santa Fe native, and I have lived here most of my life. I lived in Albuquerque for a while as well. I've been in education, but maybe in a non-traditional sense all my life. I've never been a classroom teacher. My background is in positive youth engagement, and so I find myself often working with young people in interesting situations. Right now, I'm the education director at CAVU, which stands for Climate Advocates Voces Unidas. We use filmmaking as a means for storytelling about the climate, and I bring a curriculum and a competition to the schools around New Mexico and around the country. So it's a passion of mine to engage young people in positive things in their community, and I will look for that sort of input even in this role. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Guru Shabad Mirando. A lot of people know me as Sheb because Guru Shabad is a mouthful. I work for Lloyd & Associates, an architecture firm in town, and as an architectural designer. I'm just very honored to be a part of this commission. I have a great interest in development within Santa Fe and otherwise in this region of the world, and it's just a pleasure to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your agreement to volunteer to be on the Planning Commission. It can be lots of work, but it's rewarding. Next, we go to matter E, appointments. I, as chair, have the, authority to appoint the vice chair and the secretary. I asked Jessica Lawrence, who's on vacation, if she would serve, and she said she would. I chose her because she's been on the commission as long as I have. She's practical, level-headed, and has a lot of planning experience. As to secretary, I appointed Peter Smith, and because I always think secretary should be a man, so that's why I asked Peter Smith to do that. Okay, next we go to matter F, which is the approval of the June 2nd, 2022 minutes. Are there any, does staff have any changes to the June 2nd, 2022 minutes? Nope.
Chair Clout, no, we do not.
Okay, thank you. And do any of the commissioners have any changes to the June 2nd, 2022 minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Yes, Madam Chair, motion to approve the June 22nd, 2022 minutes.
Commissioner Pava moved to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Everyone in agreement with the June 2nd, 2022 minutes as they stand? I guess let's raise our hands. So go ahead and raise your hands. So no one in opposition. The minutes are approved. Next, we move to matter G, which is the approval of findings of facts and conclusions of law. The first finding of facts and conclusions of law is case 2021-4379, the Cajo de Oro Subdivision Preliminary Development Plan. Are there any changes to those findings of facts and conclusions of law by the commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4379 Caja del Oro subdivision.
Is there a second? And we don't need a roll call on that. Okay. So everyone in agreement with the findings of facts and conclusions of law in case number 2021-4379, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The motion passes. Next is case number 2021-4381, the Caja de Oro subdivision preliminary subdivision plat. Are there any changes to those findings and conclusions? If there are no changes, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve case 2021-4381, Caja de Oro preliminary plat.
Is there a second?
Second.
So let's take a vote. Is everyone in agreement with that motion? Please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. The findings of facts and conclusions of law are passed. The third matter is case number 2022-4942, which is 2339 Bolta Road rezoning. Are there any changes to those findings of facts and conclusions of law? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, there's been a motion to approve and a second. Everyone in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Those findings of facts and conclusions of law are passed. The last one is case number 2022-4756, which is 2750 Boland Circle Development Plan. Are there any changes to those findings of facts and conclusions of law? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
To approve.
A second, please. Okay. Everyone in favor, all commissioners in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that approves by unanimous.
Madam Chair, I didn't hear who seconded that motion. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Pava, sorry. Okay, we're next moving to matter H, which is staff communications. This is an update on affordable housing crisis in Santa Fe by Alexandra Ladd, who's the Director of Office of Affordable Housing.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, we're going to get our technology in line here. This is the first time in many moons that I've been at this podium doing a presentation with a laptop since way before COVID, and all of the technology has actually been upgraded and is slightly different, so we'll figure this out. But thank you very much for having me here and for your time and your thoughts and your consideration of this really important topic. I really appreciate that. Oh, there I am. And welcome to the new members. I look forward to working with you. And Madam Chair, your first meeting in the big chair. Thank you so much. So for those of you who did not hear my name, I'm Alexandra Ladd. I'm the Director for the City's Office of Affordable Housing, and that is my email address for anyone who has follow-up questions after the presentation. I'm happy to talk about them.
Ms. Ladd, I apologize, may I just one second? Madam Chair, should we move this screen so you all can see better, or is it okay? The large screen? Okay, all right, I just wanted to, I apologize for interrupting, thank you.
Never mind. So I wanted to quickly start with what is the Office of Affordable Housing, because most people in the community think we are the housing authority, but we are not. We do not manage housing units. We do not provide assistance directly to anybody. We do our work through a network of nonprofit and other governmental entities in the community. We also implement the inclusionary zoning law regulation, which is why all of you see me up here, which is, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but it requires that a percentage of new development is priced affordably. It also covers the Fair Housing Act, the Federal Fair Housing Act. The other big thing we do is invest. We invest in affordable housing programs and projects. We provide assistance through our nonprofit partners to individuals who need assistance. So that would be mortgage, principal, mortgage assistance, and rental assistance. And we also seem to have repaired every single homeless shelter roof in town. We do a lot of policy and research. We try to embody promising practices and are continually improving our game in that area. And then a lot of community engagement and outreach, both related to our efforts. We probably don't do enough. I think people don't know what we do in the community, so we're working on that as well. But we get a lot of phone calls, so people seeking housing, and we do a lot of referral to the right agency and service in town. I wanted to also just quickly talk about the housing needs continuum, because I think it's tempting to think like, oh, if you just had that one program, you could solve the affordable housing crisis. And it's just not true. Not only do we have to look at it through a combination of policy and regulation and financing and capacity building, but we also have to look at the array of different needs. And I'm sorry, I liked this graphic. It doesn't fit unless it's really small, so I broke it up so it's a little funny looking. But you can kind of get the feeling that it's going from someone who is unhoused, does not have housing, all the way to somebody who might have needs to maintain the home that they own. And the idea is that, like a chain, it's only as strong as the weakest link, right? So if we do great home ownership, home buyer support programs, but we don't have affordable rental, we're not going to have folks who are in a financial position and ready to buy a home. So we've got to make sure that every need in that continuum is being met. Otherwise, we will have, and we do have, some systemic gaps. But as long as we keep the continuum in mind, we can recognize those gaps quicker and address them. We love acronyms in the housing world, so I'm just going to put those up there. The important ones for all of you, probably at the bottom of the page, SFHP, that's the Santa Fe Homes Program, which is the inclusionary zoning regulation. The other one that I'll talk about more in detail is the area median income. Oh, here we go. So the area median income is a statistic determined by HUD for every jurisdiction in the nation. It looks at a variety of factors, population and demographic data. What it comes up with is a income percentile that's adjusted by family size. So the idea is that a larger family has to spend more money on food and shoes and stuff. So they can earn more and still be considered in that income percentile. This is the statistic that every single housing subsidy program uses. What it's based on is the assumption that housing is affordable if the payment is no more than about a third of somebody's monthly income. Paying more than that is considered cost burden. Paying more than 50% is extremely cost burden. When you look at that table, the 30% and below, we consider those more of our special needs population folks. 65% is the cutoff for most subsidized rental programs. 80% is the cutoff for federal housing programs, and 120% is the cutoff for what the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act, which is our exemption to the anti-donation clause, that's the limit. We can provide government resources to folks earning up to that limit. And again, using that AMI statistic, here's how we calculate what's affordable. So you can see for a one-person household earning 30% in that first blue column, a rent of $424 a month would be considered affordable. So that's kind of how that table works. The affordable home price by income range, this is the pricing table, the schedule that we use for the Santa Fe Homes program. So again, it looks at an income range, calculates what is an affordable monthly payment. It has a few more things to consider, like what the prevailing interest rates are. This year prices went up because we used last year's interest rate, which was super, super low, and then guess what happened? So suddenly, these prices are higher than they should be if we were using today's interest rate. So we'll be adjusting that next year for sure. But you can kind of get a sense also of how the prices are both adjusted by the number of bedrooms and the income range. So I think it seems sort of obvious, but really, and I'm not an economist, so hopefully I'm not misrepresenting supply versus demand, but really this is what is driving a huge part of our affordability crisis right now. And what happens when we have limited inventory? The first thing that happens is that the price is reset to the highest capacity to pay. And what we know when we look at our data, and this is true of our emerging data from two new studies that will be released somewhat soon, both one for the state and one for the county. But what we know is that there's a dearth of units, just inventory, even for the higher end, higher income renters and home buyers, renters mostly. And so what that means is that landlords can raise their rents even though their properties might not be of the highest quality. And so when you don't add new inventory, there starts to be a really big squeeze on the market, and we've seen that over the last 5 or 6 years with vacancy rates almost functionally zero. I think that statistically they're 3%, but that's really just turnover of units in between renters, and rents going up, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. We've seen ripple effects from the pandemic, and I don't even want to predict what other ripples are coming our way, because it has not been anything predictable, of course, as all of you know. We do have some of the generations worth of in-migration, but particularly recently the Zoom boom, which is amplifying our market, the high value of our market compared to what people here actually earn. So if you are living here and you have an income based on the economy here, housing costs are out of your reach for most people. So it's kind of gets back to that idea of the people with higher incomes are out-competing the people with lower incomes. And then we know that when we talk about government housing resources, and mostly this would be federal housing resources, the biggest portion of which is public housing. You may know it as Section 8 rental assistance. It's only addressing 20% of the need of the folks who are eligible for that housing. And so that places a huge burden on local governments, philanthropies, nonprofits, and impact investors, which is a new form of support for housing. So here are just some indicators. Since 2014, market rate rents have increased by 46%. We know that half of all renter households in Santa Fe are cost burden. They're paying more than 30% of their income for rent. And for those at lower incomes, a majority of them are cost burden. In the home buyer market, 65% of our families can't afford the median price home. I should probably adjust that number because I think the median price just went up. And then again, back to this vacancy rate, which continues to put upward pressure on rents. And the housing wage gap is sort of an interesting statistic that the National Low Income Housing Coalition, I think, puts together, and it looks at, if you look at what the market rents are, how much does an earner in this market have to make per hour, and then compare that to how much they actually make per hour. And so in Santa Fe, it's about a $7 gap per hour. And this is for a 2-bedroom apartment. This is not for a big, huge house. And for the home buyer, the 80% of the area median income earner who's considered our focus home buyer for the CDBG mortgage assistance program, because that's the limit for CDBG, this is a very sort of workforce income, they have a $215,000 gap between what they could afford in a mortgage and what the mortgage is going to cost them to buy that median priced home. Actually, it's home value, so I think it's not median price. I think it's based on an analysis of Zillow. And then again, in order to avoid down payment mortgage insurance, which adds a few $100s to a monthly payment, you need to have almost $80,000 in cash in a down payment to afford a home in Santa Fe County. This is a table that this is from the draft report that hasn't quite been released yet. from the state of New Mexico, from the Mortgage Finance Authority, and it shows the home value versus income, and you can see that Santa Fe is way above everybody else. Lucky us. And then here's what it looks like a little bit closer. So when we think about supply and demand, you know, how do we ensure supply? What are our tools for doing that? Inclusionary zoning is the city's big tool. This is, again, the goal is to encourage the creation and availability of housing that's affordable to a broad range of incomes. And the idea, the legal basis for this is that there's a demand created for affordable housing when there's new development and economic activity that's not coming from the local economy. The city does many, many things to also support supply. We've donated city-owned land. Those are 3 recent projects. We provide fee waivers and reductions for developers who are providing affordably priced units. We provide in the code, there's a 15% density bonus. In addition to what the entitled density is, we prioritize our water bank supply, which means it's low cost or free for those units. And then we provide direct financial subsidy to projects through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the Community Development Block Grant. So we actually invest cash resources into these projects. So I also wanted to sort of blow up the myth a little bit that all the affordable housing is in District 3. Well, all of the affordable subsidized rental is not. It's actually predominantly in District 2. Now, this is somewhat of a function of land use and land development patterns. When a lot of that housing was built, which would have been in the 60s and 70s, District 2 was on the outskirts of town. So that's where the cheap available land was. Now we're starting to see that shift more into District 4, where there's more developable land than in other parts of town. So we've seen more development activity in District 4. But I just want to imprint this graph on everybody's brains, because I think it's easy to hear people say that over and over again, and it's not actually 100% true. So what are our results through our inclusionary program? So this is for the last year. No, wait, what is this? You know what, I'm missing a 1 on this. This should be 120. I was like, wait, that number is way too low. So well over 100 residents have bought affordably priced homes from private developers as a result of inclusionary zoning, and we have almost 300 more units in construction now. We have about 45 projects have inclusionary zoning, have affordable units included in them. And let's see, and we've got our first inclusionary rental homes coming forward and under review, and I'm super excited about that. And these will serve renters earning 100% of area median income and less. And then in the last 6 months, we have 2 brand new 100% affordable projects that are fully leased up and have some residents earning less than 60% of the area median income, but within a range. So some of them are earning 30%, some of them are earning 40 to 50%. We're learning how to do this piece of the subsidy puzzle better. It used to be that the limit was set at 60% and everybody earned 59%, because that was the affordable rent was set to the limit. And great for those renters in that little thin bracket up there, but not so great for the renters who didn't earn that. And so especially through the tax credit program, which is a federal subsidy, the rules have changed so that there has to be a range of income served in these projects. So this graph shows the projected needs. This is from the state's study. This looks at projected needs. Now, this doesn't look at the current gap in inventory. So you can see that in Santa Fe, for instance, how you read this is for the renters earning from 0 to 30%, we need by 2035 at least 564 more units. So that's kind of how this table reads. And if you'd go down to the bottom, the total for Santa Fe would be 73, almost 7,400 new units by 2035 to meet the current population in the current income ranges, the proportion of people who earn the current income ranges. So how do we support demand? Really supporting demand is expanding capacity. And we do it a couple different ways. We expand capacity of the services providers, but also the capacity of individuals who are trying to attain housing. Because if their rent is unaffordable, but you make the rent affordable to them, you've just increased their capacity to afford housing. So that's kind of two different sides of how we increase and support capacity. And just to give you a quick idea of, here's how we use funds. We get about $600,000 a year in federal, from our federal grant. The majority goes to mortgage assistance, and it has to serve residents earning less than 80% of area median income. This is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. These are our local funds. The governing body has approved funding this fund in the amount of $3 million per year for the last 3 years. So that prior to this, we did not have a reliable source of revenue. But the really exciting thing about this money is that the leverage potential is huge. The city requires that anyone applying for the funds brings $3 of their own money to the table. So that's just for the bare minimum. But what we've seen over time is that new construction generally leverages about $10 for every $1 of city money. Mortgage assistance leverages somewhere around 14. Sometimes it's as high as 19. Sometimes it's 12. But it's kind of in that area. Rental assistance is also leveraging funds. Facility improvements and home improvement are at the minimum because those are serving usually either indigent folks or very, very low income folks. And then what does that look like when you think about real people? In 1 year, we've helped about 300 renters either keep homes or pay for hotel stays or find new homes. The two projects I talked about before, 100% affordable, they're also both, one of them is the first 100% solar tax credit project in the state. The other one is LEED certified. 27 families became home buyers using city-provided down payment assistance. So they were some of them were buying homes built by nonprofits or for-profit developers. Some were buying existing homes in the market. And then we assisted 13 homeowners, many of them single female-headed households who were elderly, with emergency home repairs. Oh, we've already seen that one. And then I just wanted to leave you with, we've got a whole bunch more data coming down the pike. So this presentation in 3 or 4 months is going to have a lot more juice in it. August 16th, I believe, is the projected release of all of the detailed data tables for the census. The Mortgage Finance Authority will release its housing needs assessment in September. County of Santa Fe's housing needs assessment, I think, is in October. It might be September. And then the City of Santa Fe, we're beginning our needs assessment and our strategic plan. We're aiming for December. It might be a little bit earlier. It might be in the new year, because we also have to do a big HUD plan, and we're trying to kind of align them and save ourselves a little bit of extra work by doing them together, but also making sure that they're talking to each other. Now, I'm going to leave you with some beautiful pictures, because anyone who says affordable housing is cheap and ugly and terrible and will ruin my property values has never seen our affordable housing here in Santa Fe. That is also another myth. When affordable housing is high quality and well maintained and well operated, it does not bring down property values. The Stagecoach Motor Inn is one of my favorite projects ever. This was a historic Route 66 motel that had fallen, a lot of sort of junky stuff had been added, and then it had fallen into disrepair over the years and I think was abandoned. The Housing Trust bought it ripped down all the bad stuff, restored the original hotel rooms using historic tax credits, and then built these really cool modern townhomes for families to live in that have both a front patio and a backyard, which is really a great thing for families and not always found in apartments, for sure. Seiler Yard, again, this is our first, and this is a rendition. We can go out there and take a picture of the real place. It's even better looking in person. First 100% solar tax credit property in New Mexico, and it is a true mixed-use property. Many of the folks living there are running businesses out of their units. The units are designed so that people can hang art, can have art shows. There's extra insulation to help with folks who might be musicians. There's a lot of shared outdoor space. There's a really beautiful community garden and amphitheater. And a quarter of those units are set aside for very low-income renters earning less than 30%. And then Tierra Contenta, Phase 3 is going to be the next big affordable housing addition to our inventory. Right now, 23 homes are built with a 40% affordability achievement. Phase 3 will be approximately 1,500 more homes, including parks and open space, community amenities, and there is a school site. And the idea here is to bring back a mixed zoning category. So we know that what our market favors in terms of financing is big apartment complex, the single-family home, maybe attached townhomes, but those are sort of the only options in a new construction market. And when you look at historic neighborhoods, that is not how those neighborhoods developed. They had duplexes, they had fourplexes, they had little apartment buildings on the corner and single-family homes right next door. And so we're going to try to bring back this idea that a block in a neighborhood doesn't have to be all the same kind of house. And I believe that is my last slide.
Alexandra, thank you. That's really informative. It's nice seeing what the fruits of what we worked on the last number of years. And I think it's important, really important to note that a lot of the decisions that have been made by the Planning Commission over the last number of years have taken into account issues that you are raising in these slides. And that while at times neighborhoods are upset, I think the overall concern of the Planning Commission is to make sure that people have affordable, safe places to live. So thank you. That presentation is really informative. Are there any questions of the Commission? Commissioner Pava.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for an excellent presentation, Alexandra. I have a couple questions that based on what you've presented this evening. I know that the city has lands. A lot of it is infill, small parcels here and there. There are also some relatively very large parcels on the north side, on the northwest quadrant. Is there anything in the works with these strategies to provide some of the northwest quadrant housing that might eventually be built as affordable? Realizing, of course, it is kind of distant from the city center and whatnot, but what do you think?
Commissioner Clow, Madam Chair, Commissioner Pava, that's a great question, and that is a huge land resource for us. You know, it's not super easy to develop because of the terrain and the need for lift stations and other kinds of infrastructure that will be super expensive. So we haven't quite figured out, and as a planner, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this, sort of rushing forward to get that affordable housing without having a good plan for the entire area is important to me, but there are certainly some carve-outs from those big parcels that are much more easily developable in a much quicker time frame. So in fact, we just had a meeting about it today. We're looking at several city sites. We're going to have a feasibility study done to just kind of figure out, because some of those sites are not developed because they can't be developed for a variety of reasons. But we're going to figure out, well, what are the feasibility factors and what does it take to make those sites affordable to develop?
Well, thank you. I'm very impressed with what I see with the Siler Road project and some of the others that you mentioned and highlighted with a variety of housing types and accommodations for the progression of being unhoused to being fully housed. A second question I have, I retired from Los Alamos 2 years ago, and at that time and currently, the laboratory is expanding. Their budget has doubled. It's an incredible $4 billion, or at least that's what's proposed. That's an awful lot of people, okay? I was a land use planner at the lab, and I pointed out to management the little problem about Los Alamos being deficient in housing and where are these people going to be housed. Well, of course, the assumption is they'll be in Santa Fe. And do you have a sense at this point how the lab growth has been impacting the housing market here?
Commissioner Pava, I can't speak to that statistically, but I think that factor will emerge as we do our housing needs assessment, because we will look at different employment factors. There's no doubt that there's been an impact and that it has been an unaffordable impact. Just anytime you amplify demand, if you don't have the supply to meet that demand, you're going to cause prices to go up.
Thank you. To me, it seems like this is a classic externality foisted on communities around Los Alamos, which has not been able or capable of dealing with its housing shortage situation. Finally, when I think about your programs, I also think about programs like HomeWise, which we as commissioners have dealt with many projects. Can you give a sense of what fraction of the affordable housing need is addressed outside of your agency, perhaps by HomeWise and other similar groups?
Commissioner Pava, I don't think any affordable housing in this town is provided or supported without the city's involvement. HomeWise wouldn't exist if it weren't for the city's early support and capacity building for the organization itself. But every single year, we fund various programs and projects of HomeWise's, the Housing Trust, Habitat for Humanity, LifeLink, St. Elizabeth Shelter, all kinds of projects and programs. So I think we touched pretty much everything. The Housing Authority is different. They're separate from us, but we do work in partnership with them, and they apply for housing funds and use them at their projects. And it's...
Thank you very much for such an informative presentation and answering my questions.
Any other questions?
I'm intending to follow up on Commissioner Pava's question, but this really sets the stage for a conversation, and thank you so much for the information. What I'm after is a larger context, not today, but over the next several months. We're seeing a little cooling in demand, if I'm supposed to believe the New Mexican, which of course I do completely, all the time. But there is a finite amount of land in this city. And we do employ people who make less than $100,000, a lot of them. And it strikes me that we need to understand, are there ways employed in other communities or that are there for us to think about in which we can understand that the demand driven by people who can afford housing for a place like Santa Fe will always increase. And if we're going to protect ourselves against, I'm going to say, other communities, maybe not purposefully, maybe looking the other way, you're going to say, oh, well, we'll send them to Santa Fe. How do we understand the supply of land that is available, the economics of developing that ultimately, the availability of water ultimately, because there is, at the end of the day, a time when the city is largely full unless we invent new ways to think about housing that preserves largely what we think is special about Santa Fe. That's trying to create that context of need, or as I wrote down, availability over the next 15 or 25 years as opposed to affordability, because we can build a lot of affordable housing, but there won't be enough to be available to meet the need, given the external market demand that people can afford, other people can afford. So just context for me to have you put on your think about it list.
Yeah. Commissioner Smith, I really appreciate that comment. I think one of the things that we haven't quite figured out yet is how to use all of our underdeveloped land. You know, we have these corridors here that have just acres of parking lots, big box buildings. You know, we are not taking advantage. We're not using a lot of those resources very efficiently. And so, you know, I think that's, in the next several years, we're going to have to figure that piece out and do a much better job of it. You know, the Midtown, the redevelopment of the Midtown campus, we're sort of sticking our toes in the water there, like, oh, how can we do this? How can we make an economically viable, community vibrant kind of place that is also has a portion of affordable housing in it?
No other questions? Thank you very much. Okay, moving to matter G, we'll take up case number 2021-4379, 2021-4381. And case manager Daniel Alvarado is presenting.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and commissioners. So here is our presentation. So as you said, tonight we're looking first at case number 2022-5250, 5206, 5208, and 5209. So this is a request for master plan amendment, development plan approval, and two variances, a height variance and a slope variance for the new Regional Cancer Center proposed by Christus St. Vincent's Regional Medical Center. So the parcel in question is located here. It's zoned HZ, but the bulk majority of the hospital is zoned C1 zoning, and the parcel in question, we'll call it Track D from now on, is also in the South Central Highway Corridor Overlay District, which is part of the reason why we're requesting one variance tonight. So the four cases are 5205 for the master plan amendment. This would allow for the new cancer center to be on the overall master plan for the hospital. 5206 is development plan approval for the parcel, which is 7.4 acres within the 47-acre campus. Then there's two variances requested. 5208 is a height variance to exceed the South Central Highway Protected Corridor Overlay District height restriction from 25 feet to what the applicants have recently updated to 32 feet. And then the final request is a slope variance, which is to disturb 30% slopes. So our staff recommendations are as follows: the approval of the master plan amendment. We recommend the approval of the development plan amendment, subject to conditions and technical corrections outlined in this report. We also recommend approval of the height variance, but we do recommend denial of the slope variance, and I'll get into the details of these stipulations here in a sec. So, as you know, 4 motions will be required for this case. You'll first approve or deny the master plan amendment recommendation, and the recommendation will then go to governing body for final approval. You would also approve or deny the development plan, subject to conditions of approval, and you would also approve or deny the height variance and slope variance tonight. So I wanted to go in a little more detail on the project and explain our stipulations, because we do have a complicated case tonight. This is the proposed site plan, and obviously the applicants will be going into detail about their project. But as far as the city is concerned, the main issue, one of the main issues is access to the water tank here on the north side of the of the property, and then access to these utility easements within the arroyo itself, including another utility access point here. We have worked out what we believe is satisfactory conditions of approval to address those access questions, and you'll see, I think here on my next slide, yes, that the Water Division and the Wastewater Division has worked with the applicants to the point where they feel comfortable of this development plan moving forward, subject to these conditions of approval, saying that those access easements will be maintained and improved as necessary. I'll just go back briefly. Currently, there is an access easement that goes through this site, right through the middle, that was created to build this tank originally. That includes an access easement agreement, but this condition of approval would amend that access easement agreement or come up with a new one to maintain that access and improve it subject to the design of their project. So I wanted to get that on your on the record there because that is important for the city departments. So and then we go through the variances briefly. We do recommend approval of the height variance as I previously indicated. We believe that the design of the building is intrinsic to its intended use, and therefore it merits approval of exceeding the 25-foot height variance, or height restriction, excuse me, which is put on by the South Highway Protection Corridor Overlay District. It's important to note that the adjacent hospital is actually allowed to go up to 65 feet, if I'm not mistaken, in the C1 district, but because this is subject to the overlay, would be limited to 25 feet. Their original request was for 36 feet and a half, I believe, but they've updated the request to 32 feet. And this section here represents what that would look like in context with the neighboring facilities. So next, we want to talk about the slope variance, which is the variance that we recommend denial, and it will affect the design of the parking lot, so it may affect the overall approval of development plan or the overall design of the development for sure. So we have decided, well, the city engineer recommended denial of the slope variance, which is requested to disturb 30% slopes, which I can show you here from the applicant's materials. The 30% slopes are shown in blue and orange, respectively. The blue is the natural slopes. In addition, the parking lot would disturb this entire arroyo section that is not all 30% slopes, excuse me here, but is a natural flow, and the city engineer, D. Bein-Gessner, believes that is worthy of protection. So we recommend denial of the 30% slopes because of the factor that they, among other things, the applicant has sufficient parking, which is the main issue at hand, in their main campus to reallocate that parking from Track D to their main campus. Briefly, this is a photo of the arroyo as it is today. There's a number of criteria in the variance criterion section that we believe that it does not meet, but the one that I'd like to point out to you, which I believe is the strongest case, is the fact that their parking requests can be met through their current parking in Zone A. So Zone A is the main hospital campus, which is currently overparked by 175 spaces as per their stated parking count. 64 of those would be reallocated to Zone D, the new project, as part of this project. However, they could still reallocate over 118 more parking spaces to about cut in half that parking lot on Zone D. This could make feasible by the proposed pedestrian bridge, which they'll be talking about, as well as the existing shuttle service, which already is used to shuttle patients throughout the hospital campus. So That's the end of my presentation. I wanted to bring those things to your attention, but I will stand for questions, and the applicants are here to present. We also have the city engineer available for questions regarding the slope variance. So we'll take those questions when you need.
I think at this point, it makes sense for the commission to ask any questions that are clarifying questions, not comments or anything, just clarifying questions. And I'm going to start. I have one. So the condition that there needs to be an access agreement, that is not a condition currently in the written report. Is that correct?
No, in the written commission, Chairwoman Cloud, in the report, there is a condition to maintain access to that hospital tank. We have left it fairly open-ended so that the water department and the applicants can come to the agreement they need to come to. So there is an existing easement agreement that's in the application materials. However, that agreement would need to be modified or updated.
So if we just, if we approved it subject to the conditions of approval contained in the report, that covers that, or do we need to add that the city and the hospital needs to reach an access agreement?
No, ma'am. The condition as it stands covers that issue.
Thanks. Thanks for that clarification. Yes, Commissioner Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You referenced the slopes on the map. You said blue indicate natural slopes. With the orange, I'm just curious what that refers to.
The orange was a man-made slope. So there's been a number of development activities on the site, including the previously created access easement for the tank, which has an embankment on either side, as well as a culvert underneath it where the arroyo goes through. That's the bulk of those man-made slopes. The blue is the natural slopes. And as far as I understand, this might need clarification from Dee, but the blue is the main issue at hand in terms of the part of the variance we would deny.
Just one other thing. You said over-parked. What do you mean by over-parked?
Sorry if that's planner speak. It's we have required parking as per our zoning code for every use, and when they exceed that requirement, we call it over-parked. So they have 165 more parking spaces than would be required at minimum as far as our zoning code goes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
One question. There was a discrepancy listed from D in the original submission on how much of the 30%. Can you just talk about how that was, what the process was of finding that?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Mirando. Again, this one might be one for Dee, who I believe is on the line, who could talk about it. But my understanding is there was a disagreement about how they're calculating the full amount of slope disturbance, and the city engineer found that the amount that the applicants were claiming was not the full amount that would be disturbed. But again, I'm sorry if I can't tell you the exact reasons why that is offhand. Is Dee available?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Hi, this is Julie Bindesner, Chair and Commissioners. So when I added up the blue areas, I got more than what they were saying was going to be disturbed. They were saying that less than that total on the blue areas was going to be disturbed. And I'm assuming that they must have somehow calculated that amount for just the roadway and the parking spaces itself. You can see that some of the blue areas go kind of into some landscaped areas. And I'm assuming that they took out that amount, although that would have to be disturbed anyway. So I don't know why they didn't total all of those blue areas, and that was a question for the developer.
Thank you. Commissioner Miranda.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Mirando. The blue areas, the
Any other clarifying questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Inejo.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, thank you. With respect to number 4, if the commission were to deny the slope variance, what is the subject to conditions of approval and technical corrections mean with respect to the denial? Does that mean then the developer can go back and readjust the request on the slope variance?
Yes, Chairwoman Clow and Commissioner Hinojosa-Paul, my understanding is if that slope variance was denied, we could do a number of things, or you could do a number of things. You could allow it to move forward with a condition of approval that the development plan is amended to not encroach on that arroyo or not encroach on that 30% slope, however you decide to phrase it. We could also do something called a preliminary development plan approval, which would require the applicants to return to the commission with a fully completed development plan with a new design that would fulfill that, that would not need the variance. And you could also go that route, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Chair. In the height variance, you said there were special circumstances. Can we know a little more? Can you lift the shroud on special circumstances?
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Smith. I'm sure the applicants will speak more to this, but their reasoning behind that is because of the use of the building, which is a treatment facility for cancer patients. They did not want to have any subterranean facilities, so they couldn't build downwards. In addition, the special equipment used in the radiation treatments would require additional insulation that requires them to also go upwards, and there's also small mechanical units that would go on top of the roof.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Do you swear under? Yes, yes, of course. So whoever's going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant, please stand and raise your right hand, and I will swear you all in. Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when each of you approaches the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here this evening on behalf of Christus St. Vincent Regional Medical Center. It's really interesting to be back in this room after over 2 years, so it's really nice to see you all in person. So we have a presentation that's going to start with a few words from Lillian Montoya, who is the CEO of Christus St. Vincent. Then I'm going to present the project to you, and I think I'll be able to address several of the questions that were raised with staff just now. And then Mr. Carl Summer is going to also have a few words to share with you. And then we're going to end with Dr. Andrea Teague, who is the Vice President of Cancer Services for Christus St. Vincent. And then that is going to wrap it up. So with that, I would, it's really my honor to introduce the CEO of Christus St. Vincent, Lillian Montoya.
Good evening. My name is Lillian Montoya. What else did you require? Okay, 2716 Ventoso, 87505. So it's so nice to meet you all. I've been with Christus St. Vincent now for about 8.5 years. I'm a native New Mexican, raised my family here, and I like to tell people that, you know, I think many of us can say this, if you've had children that have gone to school here, they don't often stick around because they look for opportunities elsewhere before they come back. So for me, my 2 kids are out of state, and I like to call the hospital my 3rd kid. It's the only one that hasn't left the state, so it's getting all of my attention. At Christus St. Vincent, we've been on this really wonderful journey to improve not only the patient experience, but what it means to provide quality care in Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. We care for a 300,000 population, so it includes 7 counties in the north, predominantly Santa Fe, but certainly we serve as the regional hospital for northern New Mexico. We have 2,300 individuals that come to work every day to do their very best in caring for our community. Of those 2,300 employees, about 200 of them are physicians and advanced practice clinicians who help provide that care. You know, on this journey that we've had, I like to call it our journey to always. The time that I've been with the organization, it's about doing those things always that result in always events at the hospital of quality of care. And so, as you probably know, as part of that journey, we've been able to achieve some really substantial improvements in our reputation. So, for example, our work with the Mayo Clinic Care Network has allowed us to bring their expertise to this community and deliver care here. We're now Leapfrog A hospital, so we've earned an A grade for the quality of care we provide here. And the thing that I think I'm most proud of is our Best Place to Work designation. We've earned that now 5 years in a row. And that, when we achieved that first standard back 5 years ago, I knew that we were at a different place as an organization because it became very personal, the care that we provide. At Christus St. Vincent, we employ right now many generations. You can walk through the walls of the hospital and meet several people that are related. But you also will find in this community that we've been taking care of generations of Santa Fe. So we do call it a personal business. It's personal to me, it's personal to you, it's personal to the patients that we care for. Because of that personal nature of the work, our commitment to quality and our commitment to patient experience, we want to make sure that Santa Fe and northern New Mexico has the quality of care and services they need here, so they don't have to leave the community to get that care. We currently serve as the only trauma center for north central New Mexico, and we also have the only cancer center in north central New Mexico, and northern New Mexico. The activity that you see in front of you today, the variances that we're asking you for, will allow us to go from a facility that's roughly about 36,000 square feet to approximately 80,000 square feet. It'll allow us to broaden the type of services that are made available to people that are going through cancer prevention as well as cancer treatment. But more importantly to me, it means that we'll have a facility large enough to accommodate the families and the friends that are with them on that cancer journey. By moving into that new building on the main campus, we'll be able to take advantage of the assets of the main campus, of the main hospital. And that includes the surgeons that are available to provide on-site care to them and consult, but also the ambassador services that can help families and patients navigate the facility. So for us, it's this really wonderful opportunity. We bring everything together in one place, make it easier on those families, make it easier on the patients, and provide wonderful care in one location for them. In addition to the services, we're going to be able to bring in additional state-of-the-art equipment to ensure that they're getting the very best care in Santa Fe and northern New Mexico, again, so they don't have to leave this community to get that care. So for me and the 2,300 people at Christus St. Vincent, we're really excited about what this means for our community. You know, there's a growing incidence of cancer need, not just in the country and in the world, but certainly here. We're seeing about a 3 to 4% growth in the need for treatment. And just to give you a sense of the numbers, in our emergency department, we see about 45,000 to 50,000 people a year. People on a cancer journey, we're seeing about 35,000 to 45,000 encounters at our cancer center currently. So the growth, we're expecting about 8,000 a year. So this larger facility doesn't just mean caring for those individuals on a cancer journey. It means being on that journey with them and their families. So I'm very excited that you're hearing how wonderful this opportunity is, and we have a full team of people who are prepared to talk about it. And as Jennifer shared, Dr. T will be available to share with you what she sees as the vision for this as our Vice President of Cancer Services. So thank you again for allowing us to be here today.
just going to introduce our team, just as I touched on previously. I am Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin, also joined by Lisa Gavioli with Jenkins Gavin, and you just met our estimable CEO from Christus St. Vincent. Architecture services provided by GBBN and Hartman Majewski Design Group in Albuquerque, and civil engineering provided by Hartman Majewski and Cushing Terrell. Traffic engineering provided locally by Santa Fe Engineering and Mike Gomez, who is here to answer any questions you may have. And of course, our city staff person is Daniel Alvarado, who's been really great to work with through this process. So just getting oriented with respect to the site. The property is identified, whoops, I did not mean to do that, as Tract D. So Tract D is a 7-acre parcel that is located directly east of the main campus. Sorry, I don't know why it's doing that. So, so this is St. Michael's Drive, and this is the Old Pecos Trail, St. Michael's intersection here, and then we have Hospital Drive and St. Michael's Drive here, and then a little off the page to the west is St. Francis Boulevard. So the property is zoned hospital zoning, which was a zoning category established for parcels that were sort of in the vicinity of the hospital with the intent to permit ancillary medical facilities that really would be supportive functions to the hospital function itself. And as Daniel stated, the property is within the South Central Highway Corridor Overlay, which is a corridor protection overlay that does come with kind of its own set of design standards. And so what are we here to request this evening? Firstly is, as a result of this facility, we are amending the existing Christus St. Vincent master plan. And so you are a recommending body for that application, and that will go forward to the governing body. We have a development plan request for the proposed cancer center on Tract D, and then we have the two variances that Daniel referenced, one related to height and one related to slope disturbance. So the effort that went into selecting this particular site was a concerted effort. Christus, I'm engaged in a months-long process looking at 3 different sites that they owned here in Santa Fe, and there was an exhaustive analysis of each one, and so there was a lot of intention around why this site is optimal. One of the key components of this, as Lillian pointed out, is the proximity to the existing hospital and the opportunity to coordinate care with the service providers in the hospital as well as the service providers within the cancer center. And ease of access, everybody's very familiar with where the hospital is, so ease of access to the facility itself, availability of infrastructure, developability of the site, all those components went into a very, deliberate decision around selecting this site. So zooming in a little bit, this is the proposed site plan that utilizes the existing curb cut on St. Michael's Drive. And you can see the hospital campus just to the west. This facility here is what is called Frost Pavilion, and this is the new private patient wing that was constructed about 5 years ago, maybe a little more. And so that is the newest significant addition to the hospital. So the hospital now offers 100% private patient rooms as a result of that facility. So this is the existing master plan, and so what I've highlighted here in blue is Tract D. And this master plan identifies just a potential 10,000 square foot storage building on Tract D. Obviously, we're not proposing a 10,000 square foot storage building, so that is the necessity for the master plan amendment. So it's pretty straightforward. We've amended the master plan, not really impacting any other elements of the master plan as it currently is entitled, and reflecting the proposed site plan as well as the pedestrian walkway that will connect this facility to the Frost Pavilion. So zooming in on the site. So as I mentioned, there is an existing curb cut here on St. Michael's, and as Daniel mentioned, you can see the existing driveway kind of hiding here within the aerial that goes back and accesses the city's water tank, which is adjacent to the property to the north. So we have access that comes in, and then we curve a little to the right in order to avoid any floodplain disturbance. And then we have a continuous parking area here, and then our two-story building is proposed here. And this is a patient drop-off area here, and so the front entry is on the east side of the building. To our west is the Arroyo de los Amigos, which in this shaded area you can see is a designated FEMA floodplain. Whoops. Got to be careful with this little thing. It's very touchy. And then you can see the proposed pedestrian walkway that will traverse the Arroyo and connect to the Frost Pavilion, allowing access and ease of access for staff to go back and forth or to transport patients from the cancer center for additional ancillary treatment in the hospital, access for visitors who may park at the main campus, and so that really provides a really important piece of connectivity between the two facilities. And also, we have a little over 301 spaces as our parking requirement for the facility. We have achieved 237 spaces on site, with 64 spaces in that overparked area that Daniel mentioned on the main campus that is being identified for staff parking. So it is really critical, which we're going to touch on here momentarily, to ensure that we are able to accommodate as much parking as possible. This is an outpatient facility, so people are coming and going, patients with their families all day long in order to access their care. So this is a graphic that just shows the variety of uses that this facility will incorporate and why it's so important for ensuring the highest quality care in our community as well as in northern New Mexico. So the graphic, this is the ground floor, and then you can see the selection of services that are perched above on the second floor. We have our radiation oncology here on the ground floor, imaging, which is just directly adjacent, and then ancillary services, lab, research, there's pharmacy services here, and then we have our medical oncology and infusion clinics above, and then we also have some clinic space that will be leased to other service providers in order to really create a one-stop shop as much as possible for ease of access and patient experience. So what is it going to look like? Well, this is a view looking essentially to the northwest, kind of perched up above St. Michael's Drive. You can see our entry drive here coming into our parking area. Here is the building with the front entry and the patient drop-off. And then you can see the pedestrian walkway connecting to Frost Pavilion here. And then you can see the balance of the hospital structures in the distance. And then as you get a little closer, as you're approaching and turning off of St. Michael's Drive, this is the view of the facility. It really fits in really quite well with its surroundings relative to the hospital to the west and the existing medical office buildings to the east. And then this is the approach on the front entry of the property. One of the really special features is this sort of outdoor deck area that really has quite lovely views, so it's really an opportunity for patients to enjoy and get some fresh air as well as staff, and to enjoy, the surroundings as well, and incorporating a lot of natural light, because, this type of treatment, the experience of the space is so critical to those patient outcomes. So we conducted a traffic study, of course, and we essentially studied the entire corridor in front of the site, starting at the intersection of Hospital Drive, Boltulf, and St. Michael's, all the way down to the Signal Lights intersection at Arroyo Chamizo Road. And then we have a myriad of driveway intersections for existing medical offices and office buildings along this stretch, including the main access into the hospital itself. So that is a total of 8 intersections that were analyzed for the purposes of the study. And so, as you may be aware, traffic studies are based upon how do intersections perform. And it's a grading system. So it goes from A to F. And so A, as you can imagine, is good, F is not so good. F is considered a failing intersection. And how we decide if it's an A, B, C, or D is based upon how much delay does the driver experience at those intersections. So there's different standards for signalized intersections than there are for unsignalized intersections. And as you can see, in the build condition, with assuming all of the traffic to be generated by this facility is added to the existing background traffic that was counted, this is what we end up with our level of service for all of the intersections. So we have excellent capacity in this corridor, and everything is functioning really, really well. And so with respect to our access on St. Michael's, we are going to be constructing a new right turn lane if you're westbound on St. Michael's, and then we're also constructing a new left turn lane for eastbound traffic. Because of potential driveway conflicts with users on the south side of St. Michael's, there is not a left-out opportunity here. But it's still really excellent access in terms of the right-in, the right-out, and the left-in turning movements. So we had received some feedback from our neighbors that they had experienced drivers trying to access the hospital and basically getting lost or looking for the secret shortcut or something of that nature and ending up, for example, on Lupita Drive, which runs really just along the north side of the campus. And so we've worked closely with the City Public Works Department to devise a signage plan that would add additional directional signage to the city's roadway network in order to really limit and hopefully completely eliminate any undue traffic. There's no reason in the world anybody coming to the hospital should be on Lupita Street. Not at all. So what we are proposing is this is the intersection of Galisteo and Hospital Drive. So if you're heading southbound on Galisteo, heading towards St. Michael's, you have that opportunity to turn onto Hospital Drive, and then immediately as you turn, there's Lupita right there. So we're proposing a directional signage saying, keep going straight right here in terms of accessing the hospital. And then another sign here that says, don't go straight, keep going. And then we also are going to add a no hospital access sign at the entrance to Lupita. So we feel like this will, hopefully, our plan is that this is going to help ameliorate that concern. And we're also adding a no hospital access sign at the intersection of Lupita and Old Pecos Trail. So these signs are on order, and like I said, we've worked closely with the Public Works Department because obviously these are city streets, so anything we do needs their blessing. So we are looking forward to getting these signs installed here, pretty promptly. The neighbors also have expressed concern regarding some of the noise that is generated by the hospital, primarily when, obviously, the hospital needs an emergency generator. And because if the lights go out, the hospital can't go out. And so there are federal requirements around the generator needing to be tested pretty regularly to ensure the safety of the hospital. And so in response to some of the concerns that have been expressed, the hospital engaged a noise study and really looking at the perimeter of the campus where we're closest to our residential neighbors. And what was discovered is that we're completely within the noise limits as established by the city code. So the city has a limit of 50 decibels, and our actual noise levels never exceeded 46. And this is not a continual noise level. This is for a short period of time while a generator is being tested. And when we did our neighborhood meeting on this project, there was concern that this facility obviously needs a generator. And so then we're adding, just insult to injury with adding another generator that also needs to be tested. Well, the good news is we have worked really hard in determining the existing generator capacity, and it has been determined by our engineers that we can connect the cancer center to the existing generators. So we do not need to build a generator as part of this facility. So we're really pleased about that. So with respect to the height variance, So the South Central Highway corridor has a 25-foot to the roof. It's interesting because the corridor's height limits aren't based upon the parapet, they're based upon the roof, so that's what we're working with. And the key driver for our request, and as Daniel mentioned, our original request was for 33.5 feet. But throughout this entire process with the development plan review, we have been actively working on designing this building, and we really put it to our architects. It's like, is there any way we can bring the building down? Is there any way we can work with less height? And they really took that seriously. And we've been able to get to a 32-foot height, actually, which we're really pleased about, because the design just got further along in the process, so we were able to establish that. So we're actually kind of officially reducing our request tonight to 32 feet from 33.6. And there are a couple of key drivers for this request for this type of facility. The main driver is the LINAC vault, which is the radiation equipment. And this requires 6 feet of concrete shielding, 6 feet, for obvious reasons, in order to protect anything that's going on around this building from radiation. And secondly, medical facilities have different mechanical needs relative to heating, ventilation, air conditioning, humidity control, all those elements. They have very unique needs. And so typically, you just look at an office building, yeah, you can get an office building in 25 feet all day long. If you have an office building coming in here asking for a variance, they just want it because they want it. But medical facilities have very unique requirements. And so the mechanical space, that plenum space that you need above the ceiling to run all your ductwork, it's just bigger. It just is, in order to accommodate the facility. So that is what we've highlighted here. In yellow, we have the actual vault, and then in blue, you can see those mechanical spaces there. So we really do appreciate staff support of this variance, and we have worked really hard to bring it down as much as we can. But also height is important to look at in respect to its context with its surroundings, right? So and I believe Daniel showed these images as well. This is a section starting at St. Michael's Drive, and this is a north-south section, so you can see it here on the little key, that we pulled a section right through there. So from St. Michael's Drive, and you see the facility, that is the Frost Pavilion off in the distance, that on the other side of the Arroyo. And then all the way to the north, this is our closest residence. And so we are 7 feet below frost. We're 5.5 feet below our closest residence. And then you can see that depicted here. So this is an east-west view. So we've pulled a section just running east-west across the site. So you can see Frost Pavilion here. You can see our walkway. And then this is the medical office building just to the east of us, that we're essentially the same height as that building. So we are requesting a very modest variance to disturb some naturally occurring 30% slopes within this drainage area here in order to maximize the amount of parking that we can provide adjacent to this facility for the ease of access of our patients and their families. That's the only reason we're asking for this variance. And so, as you can see, this is the driveway that the City of Santa Fe constructed when Christus St. Vincent granted them an easement so they could reconstruct this water storage tank. And there is an existing easement agreement with the City of Santa Fe in place. That easement agreement allows us to relocate the easement as long as we're continuing to provide them access. And so, which we are, our parking lot and our driveway design, I don't know why that keeps doing that, is that we designed it not only to accommodate a fire truck, which is pretty much the largest vehicle on the road, but to accommodate their access to their facility. And the easement agreement allows us to do that. But it's interesting because, as you can see, the driveway the city constructed actually crosses the floodplain. And to our knowledge, there was no permit from the Army Corps of Engineers to impact that floodplain. And as Daniel mentioned, there is a culvert now impacting this with man-made 30% slopes along the embankment on either side of that driveway. And this little remnant of this drainage used to go all the way. So this is directly from the staff report, and you can see the arroyo. So where did it go? The city of Santa Fe allowed all of the upstream users to pipe it and pave over it. And then the city, when they were constructing their tank, constructed their own driveway, impacting the floodplain, thereby isolating this little remnant ditch. It's piped on one end, it's piped right there, and that's what's left. So it feels a little disingenuous to talk about how precious this drainage is, because the city has, by their actions, have demonstrated it's really not that precious. And you know what? We agree with them. We agree with them. So I would like to clarify the slope disturbance. So what is shown in green is some naturally occurring 30% slopes that must be disturbed for our driveway access. The city code very explicitly permits disturbance of 30% slopes to cross a drainage for access and utility purposes, but it's limited. You're limited to no more than 3 occurrences, 3 spots, and each of those occurrences can't exceed 1,000 square feet. So, the green is, this occurrence here is 973 feet. This one here is 117. We don't need a variance for that. The code permits that. So, these areas in blue is the subject of the variance request in order to ensure the largest parking supply we can accommodate adjacent to this facility. And interestingly, we are going to be engaging in a map amendment application with FEMA because when the city constructed this driveway, they modified the floodplain. So this floodplain doesn't really exist anymore. It really stops here now. So as the property owner, now we have to go clean that up, and we will. So why is this variance such a big deal? This is why it's a big deal. If we are required to leave that remnant undisturbed when it has been permitted for the entire upstream reach of this thing to be paved over and piped, and now we have a pipe inlet that shoots water at velocities that are creating erosion and degradation of that drainage, and then the city piped it again, which is creating more erosion and degradation. 60 parking spaces. Yes, could they be moved to the main campus? Yes, they could. Yes, they could. So that's 60 cancer patients and their families parking remotely to navigate and make their way to this facility. So our terrain management regulations are there to strike a balance between the need to preserve natural features and the needs of the community relative to development. It's a balancing act. So what we're talking about tonight is, what do we value? Do we value a ditch that the city of Santa Fe obviously does not, clearly, more than ease of access for cancer patients to their care? That's the decision. that we are here to make tonight. And it was brought up by staff that, oh, just shuttle them from the main campus. Well, the shuttle that was included in the staff report is not a patient shuttle. That does not exist. This shuttle is for Christus employees who are shuttled from the rail runner station down the road in order to get to work. And that shuttle goes back and forth to the rail runner station all day long. We have golf carts on campus, so if somebody has to park remotely and they need assistance, a golf cart will bring them to the entry. But golf carts can't drive on St. Michael's Drive. There's no direct vehicular access between these two facilities off the road. So the shuttle, that is a non-starter. It's not an option. And with that, I'm going to close my comments, and I'm going to ask Carl to come up and finish up his comments, and then we'll hear from Dr. Teague. So I really appreciate your attention. Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Carl Summer. I practice law here in Santa Fe.
You need to be sworn in?
I was sworn in.
Sure, okay.
And Madam Chair, may I approach? I just have some things I'm going to talk about as we go along. Members of the chair, I'm here to talk about a very specific question that's raised by this variance for the slope, and to give you some context from a legal standpoint, what we're asking for and what we're asking a variance for. And I've handed out to you a portion of the code on the first page, which is the purposes of the terrain management regulations. The second page is the definition of a drainage way. The third page is a quote that states a general principle of law that is established, well established throughout the country, including New Mexico. And the last one is, very interestingly, the easement agreement that Madam Chair asked about earlier, and I've highlighted a couple of portions in there. I'd like to go through that. In the staff report, Mr. Alvarado, who did a great job on his staff report, refers to the city's authority related to the preservation of drainage ways. And what they refer to is the purposes section of the terrain management regulations. And what I'd like to demonstrate to you is regulations, terrain management regulations specifically, are not found in the purposes section. They are found in the regulations themselves. And the regulations themselves do not say you shall preserve this particular ditch. They say that if you are going to disturb 30% grades, you need a variance. That's what we ask for a variance for. You will note we all had to have a pre-application meeting with staff, tell them what we're doing so that they can alert us as to, well, this is what we think you need to do. What they did not say was, you need a variance to disturb the entire ditch that's left. The only thing they said, and they're correct, the only variance you need is for the 30% slopes. Now, what are we talking about? The 1,500 square feet of 30% slopes is 0.005% of this entire site. So it is very minimal in relationship to this entire site, and it is a very minimal part of the remnant of a ditch that's still there. And I call it a remnant because, as has been demonstrated, on the east and northeast side, you have water that is piped into this ditch, which is being degraded, and then it's piped out the other end as a result of the city's actions. So city staff has said, well, the way we can require this is go to the purposes section. And that first page is the purposes section out of the terrain management regulations. I provide them to you because they're a laundry list of purposes behind the ordinance. So the most broad and general one that you all are aware of is the public health and safety and welfare, right? That's a very broad standard. And then it goes through 13 very more specific purposes behind the ordinance. And staff is relying on the one that is number 9 that says respect, protect, maintain, restore natural drainage ways. That's a purpose. How does the ordinance protect, maintain natural drainage ways? It has very specific regulations. That's a purpose behind the ordinance. How does it achieve that purpose? 1, it has floodplain regulations. You cannot build in a floodplain except under very specific circumstances. So floodplain regulations prohibit development except allowed by FEMA and the city engineer. So there's very specific. The other is 30% grades. You cannot disturb 30% grades except in limited circumstances, and then you have to ask for a variance. If you don't get that variance, you can't do it. That's the other regulation that achieves this particular purpose. And then finally, and notably, the code says if you have a drainage way that is 100 cubic feet per second of water going through in a 100-year event, then you have to stay out of that drainage way. And you have to stay back from that drainage way. This is not one of those drainage. This ditch has, I think, 47 cubic feet per second in a 100-year event. It is not one of the drainage ways that is regulated by the code. So the code has a purpose: preserve drainage ways. This is how we do them: floodplain, 30% grades, and 100 cubic square feet. You have to stay out. I provided for you on the next page the definition in the code about a drainage way, and you'll see why it is absolutely necessary to have those 3 specific regulations. A drainage way is defined in the code as a natural or artificial land surface or depression with or without perceptibly defined bed or banks to which or through which surface runoff gravitates, collects, impounds, or is channeled or dispositioned. That's any rivulet where water goes into. It is not something that you could regulate unless you had specific metrics. We have specific metrics. This ditch doesn't meet the metrics of the regulation. Staff is saying they would like to see this ditch preserved. The code does not require it. The code only requires that the 30% grades that we're trying to disturb, or we'd like to disturb, seek a variance. The code does not allow staff to impose a condition or require us to preserve this ditch because it does not meet the specific criteria of regulation. And I provided you on the next page just a quote from a case that, and I know that at least 2 of you are lawyers, and this is a very common, well-established principle of law, is that when you read an ordinance or a statute, you don't go to the preamble where the purposes are to find out what the regulation is. You go to the regulation itself. That's the substance. And what the case says is prefatory language, such as contained in a particular section of the protection law generally, is regarded as being operative part of the statutory enactment. The function of preamble of a statute is to supply reasons and explanations for legislative enactments. The preamble does not confer powers or determine rights. So a preamble doesn't say you can go do something as a staff member. You go to the regulation to find out what the rights of a property owner and the rights and the powers of staff are. I provided it to you because that is a well-established principle of statutory and ordinance construction across the country. Interestingly, I'd like to turn your attention to the final thing, and that's the easement agreement between the city and Christus St. Vincent. As you've seen on all of these maps and everything, the city has a 4 million gallon tank behind this property, and they rebuilt that tank years ago, I think in 2017, between 2015 2015 and 2017. And the way they got to that, rebuild that tank, was a temporary easement through this tract that St. Vincent's gave them. And then that temporary easement got put into a permanent, or an access easement that is in front of you. When they built that roadway, they plowed right through this property. They used the property as a staging area, and you can see what's out there from what you've seen. They did not pull a permit. They did not consider this ditch remnant important. They degraded this ditch remnant, and what is there today is the result of the city's use of the property for its access. When the city finalized the tank and the equipment, the parties entered into this agreement. And interestingly, in paragraph 3, I've highlighted for you that there is a provision that says St. Vincent's can move this easement so that it can utilize the property. And that was an essential part of this agreement. And you'll note that the current driveway runs right through the middle of the proposed building. So clearly, it has to be moved. In order to utilize this property for any purpose, you'd have to move that easement. Now, what does the city want? They want to be able to get their equipment back there to maintain, which includes cranes from time to time, large equipment. They have to get to this facility, and this is the access that is easiest for them. I do not believe the city has any other access that is to this tank for these purposes. And you'll note that on the west side of this tank where the arroyo is, they can't get there from anywhere else but here. And so we're not saying you can't use it, but we entered into agreement so that we could relocate this access easement. That's what we're doing, is we're taking the access easement and we're routing it around so that their vehicles and their equipment can get around this site to the site so that they can maintain it. And I've highlighted the language in here, and it says that grantor and grantee agree to reasonably cooperate with one another in connection with obtaining necessary governmental permits and approvals for the grantee's improvements. The city said they would cooperate with us in moving this easement, in moving this driveway. And what we're running into is they're saying, well, wait a minute, we don't want you to move this driveway. We want you to leave it there because we think you should preserve the remnant of this ditch. That's what they're saying. That is not cooperative. For our purposes, it is uncooperative. And we believe that this agreement requires that the city at least consider cooperating with us in this regard. I'm not saying that it binds you to grant the easement. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that with respect to the relocation of the easement, city staff has taken the position that we don't have to relocate the easement. I point out on page 2 of this agreement, I've highlighted the term, this easement expires in 5 years unless it's renewed by both parties. And we would like to renew this easement in 5 years, make it permanent, and move it around the building so that the city can actually maintain its tank. These are important considerations for the hospital. They were when they granted this easement. They still are today. Again, I'm not saying you have to grant the variance to the 30% slopes, but I am saying that there is no authority to preserve the remnants of this ditch that are not 30%, and that the proposed condition is not allowable under the code. You have the full discretion to grant the variance or not grant the variance. And I'll turn just to one final thing is, again, this is 0.005% of the overall site. What is the important drainage on this property? It's the Arroyo de los Amigos. That's the important drainage. It's being preserved, restored, and protected. That's what's important about this case. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I hope I didn't bore you to death. Appreciate it.
So finally, I would just like to introduce Dr. Andrea T.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Andrea T. My address is 149 San Marcos Street, 8750. So thank you from my colleagues for going over.
Can you speak in the mic a little bit?
Sorry, thank
So-
you.
Done.
Thank you to my colleagues for going through all of the obviously technical and legal aspects of what this parking variance means. And I'm here to kind of talk about the more human aspect of this. So when I heard there was an issue with the parking variance, I did want to come and kind of advocate for my patients about what parking means, because it really, an integrated cancer center actually starts at the parking lot. Our current facility has very limited parking right now for the amount of patients that we're providing for. The goal of the new cancer center not only is to make a bit bigger, better cancer center, but it's to integrate all of the services in one place to make it much easier for our patients. Cancer care these days is extremely complicated and involves so many moving parts, including medical oncologists as myself, surgical physicians, radiation oncologists, palliative care, social work, nutritionists. And the goal is to provide this in one place to make it much more easier for our patients to access all of these supportive care and life-saving measures. As Lillian said, we have a huge volume, only second behind the emergency department, or how many actual patient encounters that we see in a year. You generally see 120 plus patients a day, and we often do 80 or more infusions of chemotherapy or other drugs, blood products, on a daily basis. Many of my patients, obviously, I'm trying to cure from their cancer. Many get well, but unfortunately, many do not, and then they know that time is not on their side. And one of the main concerns I have about lack of parking is time. When my patients come in, they are obviously often can be sick. There's significant side effects to chemotherapy that can impact their ability to walk, the amount that they can tolerate, their resilience to do a lot in a day. Sometimes walking across a parking lot is a huge barrier. Currently, our palliative care is just situated at the end of our parking lot, and we actually have a huge number of no-show patients, because by the time they're done with my treatment, walking across the parking lot is an insurmountable amount of distance for them, and they won't even make that appointment that's very close and nearby. So I really want to talk about the time component too. Every few minutes that it takes something for my patients to do, that takes a lot of their energy, even just being awake, sitting in a wheelchair. So if they have to park in another area, it's not very feasible for them, especially if they're in a wheelchair, to have to go through the Prospect Pavilion, across the parkway, and into the cancer center. And if they have any difficulty walking, that's going to be a huge challenge for them. Even if they're allowed to be dropped off at the entrance, you saw the entranceway where there's a parking drop-off, and their loved ones have to go park at a different area, they're going to have to wait for them to return. Many of them, again, can't walk on their own. They need help, or they're waiting to be with their loved ones to come to their appointment. And again, 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 15 minutes of waiting really takes a lot out energy and the ability for my patients to really tolerate being there for that long. They're often there already, hours already, to see myself, get lab work, and do their treatments. So as much as we can accommodate them and to support them in their journey, I hope we can consider those needs. I don't really consider for my patients parking a convenience, but I really think it's a necessity for them. So I just wanted to come and kind of advocate on their behalf of how critical this is for them. I think we all feel very strongly that all of our staff and many visitors can park at the main parking lot in the hospital, but we really need to ensure that space for our patients. Like I said, we have more than generally 80 patients a day just getting treatment alone, and if we take away 60 of those parking spaces, that's already the majority of them that they're going to have difficulty finding parking. So I just wanted to advocate for my patients, so thank you for your time.
That concludes our presentation. I want to thank you again for your time and attention, and we'll be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you very much.
I'm going to open it up for the commission to ask any questions, clarifying questions again. Mr. Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What are some other devices or apparatuses that might contribute to the noise emitted by the facility, other than, I guess, a generator is not needed, but are there other?
Thank you, Commissioner Lucero, Chair Clow. So, there's standard, mechanical equipment that would be true of any building. So there would be mechanical equipment on the roof that does generate, modest amount of noise, but every office building in town generates kind of that kind of noise. So the generators really is the key driver there.
And these other apparatuses, I imagine they're going to be on top of the building.
Correct.
Does that add?
And actually, we are looking at the opportunity. There might be a combination. There might be some ground. We're still working through some of those design details. But we have some of the space that was allocated for the generator that we now don't need. And potentially is creating the opportunity for some ground-mounted equipment as well. But there likely will be some equipment on the roof as well.
Okay. Another question is, what measures are being taken to address toxins that may be emitted from the facility? And this was brought up by a letter from the neighborhood nearby, the Lupita neighborhood.
So I'm not aware of toxins that would be emitted by the facility. Maybe somebody from Christus could speak to that. I am not aware that there is any toxins that are of a concern generated from this facility. So unfortunately, I can't speak to that.
I think that was brought up as a concern, just toxins in general, but then also with the water tank nearby. Would that be impacted in some way? And so I just wanted to bring that up.
No, I do not see any impacts with respect to the water tank. The radiation facility is encased in concrete for those exact reasons, but the balance of the project is it's a medical clinic. So in that entire neighborhood is full of medical clinics. So it's in that same vein. So I wouldn't think there would the main thing that's really unique about this facility is the LINAC, the LINAC radiation facility.
Okay, and then I have one other question. What are some specific infringements that already exist, perhaps upstream in this smaller drainage area that's in question with the slope variance? I know that I see on a map that there's things.
So the entire drainage, and I can plug myself back in here if we want to look at the imagery. The entire drainage upstream of this site, it's all been piped. It's gone. Piped, it's paved.
Right. Okay.
None of it's left. This is the last remnant of this.
Then after it leaves, because water still flows.
Yeah, it goes into the large arroyo, the Arroyo de los Amigos, which is on the west side, so it flows directly into that arroyo. So the primary, so with respect to our proposal is to continue the pipe, so where it enters the property, and then where there's the culvert that's under the existing driveway, that would be continued, and so all of the stormwater would flow into the arroyo in the same path it does now. And however, we are adding some improvements in the arroyo at the outlet of the pipe, because the way it was constructed by the city, it's just a free flow, and it is creating some erosion. So we have some check dams, some structure there to slow the velocity of the water down in order to mitigate any erosive activity of the water itself. But the direction of the flow remains unchanged generally.
Great. Thank you.
Do you have any photographs of the piping that you were talking about, that it flows in, flows out, and then flows into another one?
my screen, whoever's driving back there. Or over here. I'm plugged in. Yeah, I'm plugged in. I'm not. So, here, let me just hit the button. Maybe that's what needs to happen. There it is. Okay, so this right here on the right-hand side of the page, that is where the existing pipe enters the site. And then we would propose a continuation of that, and then it would go underneath the driveway, and then these are the structures that we're proposing as you approach the arroyo in order to mitigate velocity and reduce erosion.
Commissioner Nahos.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, the Land Use Department states in their report that the city engineer believes that the parking lot and the access drive can be constructed or redesigned in such a way that it would not disturb the 30% slopes. Has there been any discussion regarding that? I mean, what would it look like if the redesign occurred?
Just pull up an image for you. So this image here, Commissioner Hinojosa and Chair Clow, Commissioners, this shows the area that where the parking lot that parking would need to be removed. So basically what we would end up with, and this was studied through the design process, this was studied extensively, believe me. You know, we don't relish variance requests, of course, and so we figured out what is the minimum variance that we could request to make it feasible to ensure as much parking next to this building as possible. And so if that arroyo is to be, if that ditches remain undisturbed, then that orange area there, all that parking goes away. And so, and we likely would have to fence it because as the grade changes, the code requires for safety purposes, so we would have this odd sort of hole in the parking lot with a fence around it. And we would have a parking area on the south side, and then we would have the parking area on the north side, and then we would have to allocate 60 spaces on the main campus. And this would be in an effort to save 1,500 square feet of slope.
So my question is there any way to move the pieces around so that you don't lose the 60 spaces?
No, I hear you. I think that it's challenging, but there's a possibility that if we are able to if it just comes down to the 30% slopes, and let me go back to this drawing here. So if it's just the slopes here in blue, that is what we have to not touch, and then we can maintain the parking that is adjacent to that is upstream of this area, as was pointed out by Mr. Summer, then that would have less of an impact, and then we end up with even a smaller hole in the parking lot with a 4-foot fence around it. So I guess it comes down to, what are we really achieving at the end of the day? What are we achieving by this? I offer you that we're not achieving anything. It is clear this is not a feature that the city has valued. They allowed it to be piped all the way upstream. They crossed it and impacted the floodplain without proper permits. And this is just what's left. And so we're being held to some standard that the city is not holding themselves to. And yes.
Possible to leave that up and have Mr. Alvarado comment on this?
Thank you, Chairwoman Clow and Commissioner Hinojosa. So I do have some comments, and I'd like to go back actually to Carl's presentation, because I think there is some confusion about what our authority is in terms of what can be required from the applicants. And they're correct that this is the variance is for the 30% slopes, but I believe that Carl's incorrect in that, or sorry, Mr. Summer, you know, be a little more official. I believe that he's incorrect. There is a section in right below this section, the terrain management code that he cited, that says the city engineer is allowed to require setbacks for arroyos less than 100 CFS if they deem it required. So under that understanding, there is actually the authority for the city engineer to require that. Additionally, in the development plan criteria, you, the commission, can also require condition of approval of any real site design aspects, including parking lot design or building configuration that you see fit, so that it is in support of the general plan. So that's what I would say about our authority to require that setback. I agree that just protecting the 30% slopes and having kind of random holes in the ground is not our goal. And if we just did that, I don't believe it would achieve the city engineer's intention of protecting this arroyo. I would also comment that I don't believe it is confirmed whether or not the city pulled the permits for the easement. That's something we haven't been able to confirm, but the fact remains that, as our land use director, Jason Cluck, likes to say, we don't want to get punished by the sins of our past, and we may have approved permits for building on this arroyo upstream, and we may or may not have correctly permitted this easement, but that doesn't mean that we have to continue that mistake of building in this arroyo and with this development. So that is the city's position.
Madam Chair.
Just a follow-up question.
I apologize, Commissioner. If I may, I'd like to just add one thing. I believe the city engineer was also prepared to respond to the applicant's arguments. And I'd also like to just note, just as for the record, that that it is problematic to allow intensification of a use on a property when it has an existing violation. Having said that, it is the commission's prerogative to approve or deny the variance.
I don't want us to debate at this point in time, but rather just clarify so that when the public speaks, we have all the information that we have to sort of analyze what they're saying. So if we can keep it a little brief, that would be good. And I don't think we need like counter arguments. We can do that after the public speaks. You can.
Madam Chair, can we hear from the city engineer? Or at whichever point in this proceedings you deem appropriate?
Yes, if you think you need to hear from him or her, I guess, to clarify the issue.
Yes.
Then,
please.
yes, absolutely.
Chair Clow, would you like me to speak now?
Yes, please.
Chair and Commissioners, I wanted to say that Daniel, Mr. Alvarado just stated the section of the code that I was using. I was not just using the intent of the code, but I was using section 14-8.2 D4C2 that does state that I can require setbacks from an arroyo with a flow of less than 100 CFS. I walked this arroyo, although they're saying that this little portion of this arroyo sits in between two disturbances, it is quite a distance, and it is a beautiful arroyo in there. I walked it and saw deer tracks in that area. I saw deer in the other major arroyo, but deer tracks and wildlife in this section of the arroyo, which is quite beautiful. And I do believe that because of the flows and the culvert required under the city's driveway that they built, it shows that it is an arroyo. If you see the one picture that Daniel Alvarado has in the staff report, that's just one little area of the arroyo, but it is beautiful. It's undisturbed. The area where the pipe is coming out of the development to the east, it is not significantly degraded slopes in there. You can see that there's no 30% slopes over there, and that pipe has been there for quite some time. So it's not causing further erosion by and meeting a requirement of piping that whole arroyo the whole way. It's still beautiful and it's not eroding. So that was basically what I wanted to say about preserving this arroyo, and I do think it is important.
Hey, may I have a follow-up question? Ms. Bissinger, is there no working out this problem so that the patients can have their 60 parking spots and still preserve the arroyo somewhat? Is there no way to fix this, or is this just an either-or proposition?
Chair and Commissioner, I believe that there are alternatives. I believe that the applicant could construct a parking garage if they wanted more parking nearby and couldn't figure out how to put it in without disturbing that arroyo. So I do believe there are other options.
Has everyone seen the photo, or Daniel, can you put it up?
Yes, ma'am, 1 second. A little IT help would be nice. No. Sorry, I think there it goes. Madam Chair, I believe this is the image that the state engineer was referring to, the historic aerial photo from 1951, which depicts the existing, the arroyo going through what is now developed, these areas, the Calle Medico area. And this is the site in question.
I think it's the photograph on page 10 of your report also. The photograph.
Is it?
Yes. So how far up does that arroyo go?
Madam Chair, the applicant just informed me it's about 250 feet. I'm not sure off the top of my head personally, but you can see the buildings behind there is the offices of the Calle Medico Center, and this photo is roughly taken from the easement access road that is currently existing.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the commission?
I had a question for the city engineer, if she's still on. Yeah. Dee, in your report you mentioned not understanding part of the civil engineer's calculations and needing more information. Can you expound on that and what specifically it was regarding? Was it the drain? Was it the flow on the whole site? Or yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Is it the calculation of the slope or the drainage calculation?
It was the calculation of the flow on the whole site. I thought you would ask.
I think it was a calculation on the disturbance, the amount of square footage of disturbance.
The disturbed area. Thank you.
So I actually do have some small issues with their drainage calculations, but I believe that that's something that we can work out. It's not really a big issue. But yes, for the slope calculations, I believe they explained it, that normally when someone comes in for if they are going to disturb more than what's allowed in the code, which is 3 isolated incidents of 1,000 square feet, normally you would just, what I've seen in the past, I guess I don't know normally because I've only been here for 2 years, but what I've seen in the past is that you would just ask for a variance for everything you're disturbing when you can't meet the variance. What they've done is they've taken out what they think is the variance, what they don't need a variance to was some of the 30% slope that was allowed, and that's why there's a difference in what they're asking. I don't think that's a big deal. They're just saying that they don't need a variance for that small portion.
There was 3 sections that they highlighted in blue, was it? Yeah.
Yes.
And then the 2 that were right in line with the road, that's basically the difference in the calculations.
Right, that's what they presented tonight, yes.
Okay, any other questions before we move on to public comment? Commissioner Bava.
Madam Chair, a few questions for staff and perhaps the applicant. This one might be addressed to the applicant or the subject matter experts from the hospital. Does the existing cancer center at Entrada, or whatever it's called these days, have a LINAC? Yes. Does. Okay. In the proposed development plan, on the site plan, can you tell us how far the proposed LINAC, screened as it is from the homes on Lapita? How far is the
Sure.
LINAC?
Commissioner Clow, Commissioner Pava, I can't tell you right this second, but I can get you an answer. So if we could put a pin in that, and then we can come back maybe, and I can have an answer for you during Q&A?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So this is a general question. There was some conversation and some comments from the public regarding helicopter traffic. And I recall thinking I read in the master plan for the hospital that helicopter traffic is limited to essential, whatever that means, essential trips per the master plan. This may be for yourself, Ms. Jenkins, or for our staff. Do we have compliance with that at this point?
Yes. Commissioner Pava, Commissioners Chair Clow, we are in compliance, and this facility will have no impact on helicopter traffic at all. This is not an emergency facility. There is no transport. This is an outpatient facility for cancer treatment, so there will be no impact or increase in helicopter traffic.
Thank you for that specific response. I'm talking about the master plan. We're talking about amending the master plan, which applies to the entire campus. Helicopter traffic has been an issue with the hospital. So I'm asking perhaps yourself or hospital or our staff, are we resolving those issues?
There have been efforts around modifying the helicopter route in terms of working to minimize impact on the residential properties that are to our north and to our northeast. And so that has had a positive impact. So yes, we believe that we are in compliance with the conditions of the master plan.
Another question regarding the entire master plan for the hospital. If and when will the hospital consider a parking structure? You have a lot of valuable land that's occupied by vehicles without the conditions imposed, as the doctor so eloquently explained about the specific needs of cancer patients. I guesstimate that you have 2/3 of your site in parking, single and in just open asphalt parking. Are there plans in the future? Could you enlighten us? I imagine the hospital, I hope the hospital continues to grow. Do you see a parking structure in your future?
So Commissioner Pava and Chair Clow and Commissioners, so there are not any current plans for that, but as the hospital's needs change and as potential new facilities are added to the campus, that's always, I guess, a possibility, but there's nothing on the table right now or any immediate plans for any sort of parking structure on the campus.
Thank you for the clarification. I just think it's important for the commission to look at these big picture issues in context, because this is a unique facility, as you have argued, and has its unique needs. But in context to the entire master plan for this amazing facility, the hospital facility, just trying to understand what the bigger plan, the long-term plans, the master plan would be. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to public comment. That the members of the public that are here to speak here in person, if you line up against the railing over here so that we can do this rather expeditiously. And we also have limited each person's comment to 2 minutes. So please, it's important to be concise, clear, and not repetitive.
Chairman, I swear them all in. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to swear everyone in. Please raise your right hands if you're going to speak. Excuse me? Ma'am? If you're going to speak, please raise your right hand. I'm going to swear everybody in at the same time. Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when you approach the podium, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Anna Dara, and I live at 1611 Don Gaspar. I'm co-chair of the Santa Fe Film and Digital Media Commission. So I have to say, I really appreciate your time and your patience and sticking it out for the public to have an opinion here. Can I ask and clarify timing-wise, so how much time, we each have 2 minutes? And if I have 2 people seating, can I have 6 minutes?
Yes, you can, but the 2 people that have, you need to identify the 2 people that have given you their 2 minutes.
These 2 here. Judy Ribble, R-I-B-B-L-E, and Eb, E-B, Lottimer, L-O-T-T-I-M-E-R.
Okay, so you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make sure we can get the timer reset, okay? Thank you, sorry. Tenzin, can you set it for 6, or are we just going to do 2 minutes 3 times? Okay.
Can I go ahead? Do you want me to open my computer and show my Facebook?
Yeah, get that set up. Hopefully the timer will come up here.
Good. So we took this picture today in our yard, and it's actually the neighbor's yard, the ones closer to where everything's happening. But just wanted to show you the ditch isn't just a ditch, and what you're preserving really matters, so thank you. There's a lot to be said here, and we have a lot of people with great information that want to share. I do want to say the first 2 case. What's wrong? The first 2 cases that are up today about, you know, do we agree to shift the main plan, the hospital plan that's been in place. I really appreciate Commissioner Pava's question about, historically how the plan has been upheld. And so I think it's important to look at that. That's a much larger conversation and not something I want to address right now. But I appreciate your attention to that, and others may address that. So I really do need to be able to show you, which I hope I can do here. Let me try this one more time. Where our house is. Let's see if that works. And, yeah, it's not coming up at all now. So we are directly.
Why don't we wait till they see if they can fix that? And then we'll let you start over. And I could just ask Siri to set an alarm for 6 minutes like I learned to do.
More. Okay. Yes.
I think if the commissioners want to take like a 5-minute break, bathroom break, that would be fine.
All right, everybody's taking bathroom break. Should I wait? We're waiting for one more commissioner. Okay, go ahead and proceed. Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you so much for your time. So this is the view from our bedroom window. Quiet, please. This is they can't put it up at the same time. So this view is what we look out at. This is a wall-sized window in our bedroom. It's the best part of our house as you walk into the room, and there's the mountains. The height variance means a lot to us, and I've been on the property for 25 years. I gave birth to my daughter in the hospital. You know, I've walked behind the hospital every single day for 25 years. So I care a lot about the hospital. I care a lot about the hospital as a neighbor. I care a lot about our neighborhood. The Lupita neighbors, the Lupita Street is actually one street down. So I'm on Don Gaspar, which comes down and dead ends into Amado. And that puts me in direct line of vision with this building that they are creating. So, and actually, let me just point out right here. So this is the water tower right here, the reservoir that was built on the bottom left. This is another view from this is from our bedroom. It's just, you know, looking at it. This is what happened when they built the water tower. So they didn't get permits. We knew nothing about this thing happening. And it was like 10 months of the city doing construction. It was 10 months of beep, beep at 7 a.m. And it was winter and summer. And it blocked the views. So I am this little property right here. Can you see my cursor? Yeah. All right, so this is me. This is the view straight across the top of this. This is the bedroom, that little piece right there. That's why that's the view. So the other thing about our house, this is what the construction looked like. I just want to show you how real it is when it's happening and how close to us this is. So the water tower is just on the edge of this property. So that's kind of the level of impact on my house, on our lives. So what I would like to request is that they dig into the earth, which I know is really expensive, and I know it's harder to do, to dig down, and I know they really don't want to even consider it, but it's an option. It has to be an option. So it is customary in the world of hospitals and LINACs to be dug down into the earth. It contains the radiation. Many of the East Coast hospitals have underground. You go down a ramp to go into the LINAC areas. It is not uncommon and not unheard of. And considering that the water tank is right there, it would be great to get some kind of a study from an actual expert about whether or not the LINAC facility would affect the water tower being so close. I would like to request some kind of a study so that we know for sure that there is no contamination possible. That would make me feel much more confident. So, you know, as far as they want to go to 32 feet now instead of 25. And they look at our house and they say, but your house is at this level. But our bedroom is a floor, is on top of a basement. So it's not a full floor up, but it's up higher, and it is in direct view. And I am fairly certain that going over that level, although they haven't put up, we requested, you know, the poles with the flags to show us exactly what the heights would be. But we haven't seen those. So I'm just looking at as I just showed you, the construction filmed, and what I'm looking forward to. And I want to make sure that they're not going to be blocking our view so that they can create a great view for the patients who are sitting and getting treatments, which, I agree, they need great views, but not at the expense of our views and our property values. So I also heard something about the parking lot having something to do with employee parking as well, which, I don't think we need extra parking for that there. There's actually plenty of space at the back.
Madam Chair, that's time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair and members of the Commission, my name is Tim Langley. I live at 1512 Don Gaspar. Molly Langley and John Langley of the same address have told me that they want to yield their 2 minutes of time and add it to mine for a total of 6 minutes. They are here.
Okay, that's fine.
Commissioners, I am going to address traffic issues in the time that I have. The approval of the master plan amendment is subject to a number of recommended conditions listed on page 3 of the staff report. And the first two deal with traffic. The first one concerns the placement of signs directing motorists away from the Lupita neighborhood and toward the streets that will actually get them to the hospital. And that came as a result of conversations with the hospital and their willingness to cooperate with that, as well as the staffs having heard our concerns about that. The thing that I would request as tightening that condition is that in addition to signage to that effect at Old Pecos Trail and at Hospital Drive, there are two other points of access to the neighborhood that look like they're going to head you to the hospital but don't, and that would be the intersection of Don Gaspar and San Mateo and the intersection of Encinas and San Mateo. So my request would be that the condition of approval of the amendment to the master plan in 5205 be conditioned not just on the production of a plan, but on the production of signs in those two locations, plus the other two that Ms. Jenkins mentioned. The other point that I would like to raise is the addition of a new condition related to traffic, a new condition to the approval of the master plan amendment, and that is that the intersection of the driveway leading to the Cancer Center's parking lot and St. Michael's Drive be not only a one-way turn so that people going east toward Pecos Trail on St. Michael's are able to turn left, but that it be an intersection with a traffic light that gives those people an arrow, a green arrow. If you remove the obstruction to the left turn, which is the island in the middle of St. Michael's, you're ignoring the problem that caused the island to be put there in the first place, which is that it is not a good idea to turn left into the teeth of oncoming traffic going 45 or 50 miles an hour downhill on St. Michael's toward the west. So in order for that to be effective and to not endanger the cancer patients of the facility, they should be allowed to turn left in safety. The other problem with the present effort to respond to our concern is that people leaving the facility who want to go east will not be able to do that. They'll be shuttled down to the west. And so in order to get back to Pecos Trail, if that's the way that they wanted to go, they're going to be going down there. They'll be turning right on Hospital Drive. They'll go past the hospital campus. Then the clearest shot that they've got to get back to where they wanted to go in the first place is up Lapita to get to Old Pecos Trail. That's 2 long blocks of gravel and dirt and no sidewalks and hidden driveways and a 25-mile-an-hour posted speed limit and pedestrians and their dogs. So it's not a service to cancer patients who want to leave to the east to make them go through that rigmarole. Our interests are united with theirs. And the problem could be solved the same way that the other one would. That is, by making the intersection of the cancer center's driveway a traffic light that has a left turn to the east for those who want to go home to the east, and a left turn into the parking lot for those who are heading east and want to go into the cancer hospital. How big of a problem is the additional traffic in the neighborhood? I think that Ms. Jenkins says it well. She says that she feels that there will be patients arriving and leaving all day long. And judging from the resistance that the hospital is showing to losing a portion of the parking spaces over the Arroyo issue, the intention seems to be that they need 301 parking places from which patients will be continuously arriving and leaving all day long, and that creates a traffic problem that requires a clear condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langley.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Bernstein. I live at 204 West San Mateo, and I'm here to talk about some of the human context of the construction and some of the experiences the 24/7 people who live with the hospital have every single day. And no one can say here that the hospital is not important to us. Our children were certainly born there. We have tried to stay away from the hospital in our lives. While we celebrate the cancer center, we hope we never find ourselves inside the cancer center. And it's a very welcome addition to our community. The word disingenuous has been used here to discuss some of the aspects of resistance to the variances. And I want to turn that word back a little bit on the hospital and its treatment of its neighbors, and therefore the concern of a variance here, a variance there, just the sorts of things that happen. The hospital has continuously improved itself. Its operations are really world-class, we'd say, for a community the size of Santa Fe, but the physical plant has not kept up the outside portions with the inside portions. It's disingenuous to say the hospital initiated the signage that was the neighborhood. It's disingenuous to suggest that the generator is what was being measured in the noise study, but the noise study was improperly set up and not calibrated correctly. So it's really disingenuous to suggest that somehow it's important. And then the helicopters. The hospital really has done nothing about the helicopters. It was initiated by the neighborhood, and the neighborhood called all the helicopter companies. The hospital's response to any discussion about these things is always, it's not here, we don't hear it, or silence. Now, only a chain link fence separates the hospital.
Mr. Bernstein, I believe you're
Madam Chair, that's time.
I'm sorry. Oh. Okay, I guess I have friends.
How many was that? How many? Okay, so 6 minutes.
Mention that in the front end.
Hey, go ahead.
So Were there 3 people? So you have 6 more minutes.
Okay.
And I'd just like to say, I think it's much better if just a few people speak that can do more substance as opposed to 2-minute quick speaking. So I appreciate all of you doing that.
We have a bus outside, is that okay? Just trying to lighten it up for the evening. It's been a long evening for everyone, a long day working. So the chain link fence is all that separates the hospital on its north boundary. It is unsubstantial, to say the least. It is nothing like the berm and the landscaping on the St. Michael's side. Through that chain link fence, that's where all the noise comes from, the continuous noise from the mechanical equipment, tops of the roofs. The mechanical equipment is unprotected. It's exposed to the north. The sound travels over that fence and into our neighborhood continually, along with noxious fumes, the noise of the parking lot, the construction that goes on, all the things that make the hospital work. It was a condition when the hospital added about 10 years ago to itself that they would build a berm and landscaping. And they have done neither of those. And the landscaping they did put in is not maintained. There's a few very skinny little trees along the walkway along that north fence. So we worry about all these conditions that the hospital again and again says they're going to do, or and the service they provide, but this disingenuous way that they work with people who aren't patients or aren't giving them money and things like that. And we represent those sorts of people. So I'm here to suggest that the height variance of 8 feet, 8 inches is not good to accommodate, and to say I'm against it, and I think the neighborhood is against it as well, that the 8'8", it's about 32 feet from 25 feet, that's about 30% or 25% to 30% height. But that doesn't count the mechanical equipment on the roofs. And again, the disingenuous nature of the comments about the equipment and so forth is, will this equipment be unprotected again? Will it not be buffered and so forth for the benefit of all the people around it? I don't think the current irresponsible and reckless operations should continue in the new building, but I hope the commission can hold the hospital feet to the fire in terms of managing the project well for the benefit of our Santa Fe community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Rick Martinez, 725 Messier Road. I want to start off with a different comment before I start on what I really want to say about this project. First off, I came from home. I came up here real fast because I just hooked up to Zoom, and it was supposed to be a hybrid meeting, which I understand is not a hybrid meeting. And I was completely lost and sat there, and there was no way to raise your hand. So if this good commission is going to have these meetings, please say that. Please go to YouTube only and not sign into to Zoom, because when you sign into Zoom, you're right away thinking, I get to speak. So I had to run up here so I could speak my mind on 2 different projects that are coming on in this session. But I wish you guys would make it more clear, or whoever staff is running this, and make it more clear that this is not a hybrid meeting. So is it a hybrid meeting or not meeting? We don't know yet. You guys can answer that either for me now.
I understood it is a hybrid meeting. Maggie, more?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Chair Clow, we do have a hybrid option. People are in the waiting room, and during public comment, they will be able to talk.
But I was at home and I couldn't raise my hand.
Right. Well, during the public comment section, the intention is that you would be able to speak.
Yeah, but no one had mentioned that you could, so I wouldn't have driven up here if I would have known that was ahead of the time.
I apologize.
Yeah, so I didn't know that. So, but
this is the first time, but The intention is that after people who have attended in person speak, we will go to the folks that are on Zoom, and they can speak.
Everybody knew that, but I didn't know
Yeah.
that, and nobody was mentioned before the meeting or anything like that, so. All
Apologies.
right, now I get my 2 minutes? Yes. Okay, Rick
And it's a
Martinez.
good thing you didn't come in your pajamas.
Okay, Rick Martinez, 725 Missy Road. One of my big concerns is that I see that this walkway, I see a glass walkway. This is one of the entrances into Santa Fe. I don't know what that walkway do. I think it should have more architectural design. I don't know if you guys seen the design of that. Right now, it just looks like a glass walkway. It's a long walkway. You know, I think they should have better architectural design as you visually driving through by there. Right now, it looks like just a glass walkway. And I think that really just takes away from what the real true the architecture of the hospital is, which I think is not too bad. But I just don't see that walkway being addressed as the way it should be addressed, as part of Santa Fe and part of the architectural design of both buildings. So I think that needs to be asserted. I also want to say I support the neighborhoods and what they say about traffic. I've been worked with this neighborhood a couple of years back, and they've had the same problems, and they're still having the same problems. So, you know, I just hope you guys pay attention to what their problems are and address them before you move forward on this. So, again, I thank you, and next time, let's get this straight. Sorry about that, but I had to come and do it.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anyone else here present to speak? Okay, one.
Good evening. My name is William Powell, 1601 Don Gaspar, 87505. I think I'm the last one, so I will try to keep this concise. And if I do go over, hopefully one of my 20 neighbors will step in and let me have their time. I'm going to shoot for 6 minutes. Excuse me. I'm going to shoot for 6 minutes.
Okay, let's stop a minute, and the two people that are providing you with their 2 minutes, can you identify yourselves?
Denise Petty, please, also.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So many of you may or may not know this, but there are 200 homes in the neighborhood around the hospital. And, you know, that's 800 people. That's a lot of families. So it's important to think about that. The neighborhood is historic. Many of the homes are historic. The neighborhood predates the hospital by many decades. My son was born in the hospital. I think it's a great hospital. I'm very happy it's nearby. I can actually walk faster than I can drive there if I ever cut myself or injure myself. You know, the zoning overlays, they're very carefully thought out. There are reasons for them. Santa Fe is a horizontal town. We don't build vertically for reasons of sunsets, mountain views, or vistas. Height requirements are very important. For 4 years I sat in your very chair, and we would have to talk about heights for homeowners, businesses, and they were very diligent following these rules. And I think it's important that we don't just gloss this over. The proposed building, it turns its back on the neighborhood. The views that it captures for its balcony are actually views that are taken from the neighborhood. I am not directly impacted by this, but I am talking on behalf of my neighbors because I work in the construction industry. I understand some of these things a little better than some lay people do. So when I'm looking at the plans of the building, there are things that aren't jiving with me. And I hope, since we're not going to use all of our time, that if the applicant does have a rebuttal, that maybe we could also discuss this as well. But things that aren't adding up to me is this concrete vault, this radiation vault. It's 17 feet tall. The need to build an office above it does not make sense to me. That is what's causing the height that we see. If we look at the neighboring businesses, all of them are following code within the overlay. Am I able to give you guys handouts that I print out? I will hand these to you as I leave the podium, but I will reference these very quickly. The Presbyterian Family Medical Center, it's 2 stories, it's 26 feet tall. the optical and dental, these are all direct neighbors, by the way, of where this building will be built. The optical professional center and the dental professional center are 16 feet high. The building that's right east of the proposed building where it will be is 25 feet high. Here is the site where the building is that's proposed to be built, and this is that building that I'm referring to as 25 feet. So all the neighbors have found ways to design buildings, stay within height requirements. So the real issue I see here is, why does the concrete vault need another story on top of it? It's a very specialized unit. The other thing is, I've been to medical facilities where they're not using 5 to 6 feet of interstitial space at ceiling space to fill up mechanical equipment. Chases can be on the side of buildings, it can be underground. There are many other ways to do this. Does it cost more money? Yes, but when you're trying to stay within code and preserve views of not just the building itself that you're proposing, but also the neighborhood, I think that's important. These are some of my neighbors' houses. I'll pass this around. They are nice homes. People live here. People enjoy being here. These are the homes that are directly impacted by this building. And the applicant has made mention that, let me show you my little sketch. This probably won't be great to show, but as I'm brainstorming, thinking about this, this is Anna's house. The applicant was referencing that Anna will be able to look out her window right past this new building. Well, that's not the case. She was referring to the parapet. That's the roof. Anna doesn't live on the roof. Anna lives at finished floor level. The average human eye level is 5 feet 5 inches, not 16 feet. So as we're talking about things that don't add up, this would be one of them. All of these homes will be looking at the back of this building. We will not be looking over the building. The building, as far as I can tell, with revisions and design adjustments, could be built within the envelope of 25 feet or minus a foot here or there. The views of the balcony on the south facade of the building, while impressive, I understand why they would want those views. They are views taken from the neighborhood. So having a ceiling deck of 32 feet, again, that's a ceiling deck. We're also going to have a parapet, probably 4 feet, maybe 6, to screen mechanical equipment. It's a very, very tall building. So in closing, I would just like to ask that the variance for height exception is denied based on many of the neighbors, which a lot of it's new construction, have been able to follow within those. And I think a lot of time and thought and preparation we're putting to those zoning overlays, as we call it, a corridor protection zone. We are protecting views. It is important. A redesign of this building could achieve all these things. The aesthetics are important, but I also find that sometimes the constraints actually, if you dive into them and you take them on, you can still make beautiful buildings. The neighborhood is not anti-development. We are not anti-economic development. We believe the Cancer Center should be.
Madam Chair, that's time.
And yeah, we just ask for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speakers in the audience? Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
Yeah, Chairwoman Clout, we have, and I would invite anyone who is on Zoom to please raise their hand, and I will call on you, allow you to speak, and then we will have you sworn in as well before you give your talk. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Farber. You should have the permission to do that and speak.
We revised our
Okay.
development.
Sorry,
ordinance.
sir,
Now,
can
they
I,
said they require something prior
Excuse me.
to commission approval. Now they say.
Excuse me, sir?
yeah,
They don't-
Mr. Farber, Mr.
don't
Farber,
require that down the line, that they don't have to have that.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Farber, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about
I
to...
don't know if you're aware of how this looks, but to get approval of the rezoning, it's
Oh,
Mr. Farber?
okay.
okay, so Mr. Farber, stop, okay. Unmute yourself, please. State your name and let Melissa please sign you in for the record. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay. Do you swear...
Hello?
Hello. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, am I unmuted and can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Farber. I live at 2351 Botop Road. I have several, I assume that I have only a limited amount of time to speak. I think that that is a violation of due process of law. And I appreciate the fact that Janet Clow is attempting to be as fair as she possibly can, that she's working within constraints set forth by the Land Use Department, which violates the rights of the residents of this community to appear in front of the Planning Commission and express their concerns. There is no reason why everybody who wants to speak should not be allowed to speak, and there ought to be people who are designated who can provide substantive comments like some of the commenters have to be able to provide context for the information. As Rick Martinez said, I tried getting on earlier, actually on your YouTube channel. That was not working. I tried earlier to discuss at the time of the 2339 Botop Road rezoning a motion for reconsideration that wasn't even discussed. And I raised also an issue about how can only 3 commissioners who were present on June 2nd, and today there's 3 others, vote to approve findings of fact for a hearing that they weren't even present at and didn't review. That's a violation of due process of law. And I think that the Planning Commission really needs to be thinking through these issues of fairness for the community. This is not about rabble-rousing. This is not about trying to create problems. This is about fundamental fairness. How can 6 commissioners vote to approve minutes when 3 of the commissioners weren't even present on June the 2nd to be able to hear what was stated? How can 3 commissioners vote to approve findings of fact which are very specific?
Thank you, Mr.
under-
Farber. Your time's up.
Do we have any other hands raised?
And
Is there-
cutting me off is also a violation.
I do have another individual who's raised their hand. Karen, I will allow you to unmute yourself, and then please state your name and address and be sworn in for the record before you begin. Thank you.
This is Karen Cook.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Karen Cook. I live at 205 West Blue Peter Road, and it is a few hundred yards from the helicopter pad. I am going to be brief because my neighbors have done a very good job of expressing a lot of our concerns. I want to thank you and support your denial of the 30% slope variance. I agree with the state engineer that, I mean, why do more degradation if something was not done properly before? Now's the time to repair. Really appreciate that as someone who walks in that arroyo regularly, and I'm glad you find it as beautiful. Regarding the height variance, a couple of my neighbors have alluded to this, but I want the commission to understand that we're not just talking roof to roof. On top of their roof, we've never heard any clear delineation of how much higher it will go after equipment and the parapet to cover that equipment. And in the neighborhood meeting, it was even, I believe, said between 8 and 10 more feet just to cover that. So the 8 feet and change variance plus that is what we will see from the neighborhood. And just a final, more general comment about the Planning Commission and the what's being perceived as the New Mexican said, buildings growing up like weeds now in Santa Fe. I think it's time that the Planning Commission give the community a chance to understand what your bigger vision is for us. Because if you don't show up at the right planning meeting, you may end up with a 25-foot building on your corner. And I am not opposed to them per se, but I think the community is getting agitated, and we deserve to know more about what your vision of the future is.
Karen,
and
your time is up.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right.
If there's anyone additional on Zoom who would like to participate in the public comment for this case, please raise your hand and I will acknowledge you.
No hands are raised, so that completes, we're closing the public comment portion, and I'll open this up to the commissioners for questions, but I told Mr. Summers he could clarify something.
We just had a couple of clarifications. We'll be very brief. The reason I didn't cite the section that Mr. Alvarado and Ms. Beingesser referred to is because it has very specific criteria when the city engineer may restrict on a drainage way less than 100 cubic square feet. It's based on soil and hydrology. Based on information of soil and hydrology submitted to the engineering department, and there is no basis in Ms. Beingesser's opinion that is based on soil or hydrology to justify the setback or the preservation of this. What she said was, and I'm not disagreeing with her, there are deer and rabbits and wildlife in this corridor. The code doesn't say you get to preserve an arroyo on that basis. It could have, it doesn't. That's important. It's soil and hydrology. So it doesn't have any application because there's no information in front of you about soil and hydrology that justify this decision. Then the other, I think that's the only clarification I wanted to make with respect to that issue. Thank you.
Do you have a copy of that?
I do have a copy, and I'll bring it on up. It's that particular section.
Okay, great, thank you. Sure. Comments or questions from the commission?
Yes, first, I have a question as regards process for Attorney Figali, I believe. There are 4 actual cases for approval. If the commission decides to recommend denial of either of these variances, should that be done first prior to consideration of the development plan and master plan amendment?
Chair Powell, Commissioner, I believe in this case, it does not make a difference in which order they go, because they are not dependent on one another. I believe you could deny either of the variances and still approve the development plan or the master plan amendment. Perhaps Daniel could correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I don't think they would impact the other two, so I believe you can do them in any order.
Commissioner, if I could add to that, as I discussed before, if you did deny the variance or variances, you could still approve the development plan. However, we would want to add some condition of approval that would include that they would return with a design that does not require a variance. And as I stated, you can also do a preliminary approval of the development plan. That's another option.
Thank you, staff. Appreciate that clarification. Is it, Madam Chair, is it appropriate for me to suggest a succession of motions at this point, or do other commissioners have other comments?
I think there might be other comments.
I had a question for the applicant. Hi, good to see you. The programming, the size of this facility, maybe I missed it, but did that come from a study from the hospital and what the demand was? Can you speak to that?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Morondo, Chair Clow, and Commissioners. The size of this facility is 100% related to the programmatic needs of this facility. So as Dr. Teague pointed out, this is an opportunity to consolidate cancer care in one place, adjacent to the regional medical center, in order to have those ancillary services available as well. So there is not one wasted square inch of space here. Do we need space on top of the LINAC? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And it is critical to the whole point of this exercise, pivoting from the existing facility on Zia and investing tens of millions of dollars for this nonprofit entity to build this facility is 100% related to the programs and the excellence of care they're trying to achieve.
Was there a market study done, or is it just simply consolidating what's there with some amount of?
It's based upon their understanding of their demand and the growth in that demand and how they, and what they need in order to serve it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant.
Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm quite persuasive, find the doctor's discussion about the need for parking. But I've yet to find anyone to tell me how we're going to get this done. Anybody? Because, you know, I don't think anyone here can deny that need. But we also have an Arroyo there. So, Ms. Jenkins, anybody's been, I mean, there's got to be some very smart people around you that can design a parking lot that's going to accommodate the needs of the patients without interfering with the Arroyo.
Yes, Commissioner, a parking lot could be designed, and it would result in a significant loss in parking spaces at that facility.
Well,
that's the bottom. So yes,
I'm talking about, sorry to interrupt you, I'm talking about, let me make myself clear. Can we get it done? Can you get it done? Can you people get it done with the 60, without losing the 60 in that plot, in that area? Is there no way?
I do not believe that is possible, no. I mean, we have been working on this design for a year and a half, and the priority here is two things. The priority is making sure the significant investment in this facility creates a facility that will stand the test of time and will respond to growth and demand and consolidate the care as intended, and to provide adequate proximate parking. And we believe strongly that what we're asking for is not an extreme request. That what we are asking for with respect to continuing the piping that has been done upstream of this arroyo for this small remnant is appropriate, and that the disturbance of 1,500 square feet of 30% slopes is warranted in order to achieve what we're trying to achieve here. As we said, it's about what are we going to value, and that's the discussion we have here. And so we've engaged in the past, so how do we get it done is via the variance approval based on what we have requested here today. And the site has significant constraints. We have a FEMA floodplain that eats up a lot of real estate on the west side that we are absolutely honoring and preserving and protecting. We have a significant setback from St. Michael's Drive per the highway corridor requirements that we are honoring. The highway corridor requires 35% open space. So there are a lot of requirements that impact how we are able to utilize this site. And we think we've done a pretty stellar job of protecting the natural environment and creating a facility that is worthy of this effort in terms of the constraints that are there, because it's right next door to the hospital. There's so much beauty in it in terms of what we can achieve here, and we can achieve it together.
Follow-up question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. What about this suggestion by the community of an additional light?
Oh, yes, thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. So with respect to traffic signals, there are several requirements that come into play of when traffic signals are permitted to be installed. One is spacing. How close is that traffic signal to the adjacent signals? This intersection does not meet those spacing requirements relative to Hospital Drive, but primarily Arroyo Chamizo is closest. So we don't meet that spacing requirement. And almost more importantly, there is something called a warrant analysis, that you have to demonstrate that the signal is warranted, not just based on the traffic on St. Michael's, but based upon the side street traffic. So we have our driveway for the Cancer Center. There's another driveway to another facility across the street that would create a four-way intersection. There's no way, and we did the analysis, that the side street traffic off those driveways is going to meet signal warrants. So it's just strictly from a traffic engineering standpoint, a signal there is not feasible. But we believe we have actually really, for a stretch of St. Michael's that has a lot of access on it, there's a lot of driveways in there, we feel like we've been able to achieve really excellent access with the right in, right out, and the left in. So,
Thank you. Let me ask you a question. What about the neighbors' request to add additional signage on Don Gaspar in San Mateo and Encinitas in San Mateo?
yeah, absolutely. We'd be happy to work with Public Works, and we can update and show that in those intersections, and we're happy to do that. But obviously, they need to give us the city needs to bless that, but we're happy to incorporate that. I think that's a great suggestion. And the signage plan, if I misspoke, my apologies, it was absolutely initiated by the neighborhood, no question. And then they reached out to the city reached out to us, we came up with a proposal, went back and forth with Public Works, so yeah, that was absolutely their suggestion on that.
I have a question for Carl. I'm looking at the statute, and it says for arroyos, streams, or water crosses that carry less than 100 cubic feet per second, that's what we're talking about, in a 1% chance event, which is a 100-year flood, the city engineer may require a setback based on soil and hydraulic information supplied by the applicant. So did you, I mean, you knew that there was an issue with this water course.
We did not know. That was not brought up.
Well, you knew there was a water course there. Did you, and I'm assuming you knew the flow, did you provide any hydraulic or setback, or any soil, or you didn't provide any information?
We recently, after the application was in, the staff reports were done, did a calculation on what the flow is. There's no soil analysis on this in the record or in our application, and the reason is because it wasn't a concern, because the code doesn't say you could preserve this based on what we're talking about. Madam Chair,
Well, maybe we could get the city engineer to discuss her reliance on this provision. And as I see it, it does relate to soil and hydraulic information.
Right.
And then city could require a setback from there.
If there was information that supported that, but
Maybe we need to hear from Dee Bessinger again.
Madam Chair, we have our traffic engineer here, who's Mike Gomez, and he can answer the question sort of definitively for Commissioner Hinojosa Fall, as well as address the U-turn issue and people driving around, if he could do that.
Okay, why don't we do that first before we go to the new topic?
My name is Mike Gomez. I'm a professional.
I think you need to be sworn in.
I was sworn in
Okay, all right.
previously. My name is Michael Gomez, and my address is 1599 South St. Francis Drive, and I work for Santa Fe Engineering. I'm a professional traffic operations engineer, and some of you have been on the commission that long. I've been doing this here at Santa Fe for 25 years, somewhere in that range. As far as the traffic signal goes, we would love to put a traffic signal at that driveway, but we cannot do it. The traffic signals are governed by the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control. It's a national standard. So if we go against that and there's any accidents out there, the city becomes directly liable for allowing this. So we have to meet warrants, and we have to have progression. So if you put a new traffic signal in there, it will slow the traffic down, and all of St. Michael's Drive will be impacted by that. So that's called progression, and a progression study would have to be done to show that there is, excuse me, my throat is very raw tonight, so that it would be a major undertaking to try to do that legally. The other thing about that is that St. Michael's Drive has actually been losing traffic over the years. So we've been doing traffic counts out there since 2003, and our last one was 2022. And over that time period, traffic has decreased on St. Michael's Drive. And we have the data here to show it. In 2003, in the PM, there was 800 cars going eastbound. In our latest counts in 2022, there's only 650 cars going eastbound. And we have counts in 2004 and 2015 that show a downward trend in traffic. So in doing traffic reports on major arterials, this is the only arterial in Santa Fe that has this low volume of traffic. So it's, we've never seen a cleaner level of service. You saw those, like you're in your report card, A, B, C, D, and F. We're in Bs and Cs. So there's plenty of capacity out there. As far as eastbound for Lupita, we are adding space in there for U-turns before they get to the traffic signal. And there's a place at the traffic signal where we can go ahead and make U-turns there. So our driveway is approximately equidistant between the two signals. So when the red ball goes on, there's a gap. That gap allows people to make U-turns on there. It's called platooning. The green light comes back on, and the platoon of traffic goes by. So we're right in the middle at the perfect location to take advantage of the platooning and to have adequate gaps. So, like I say, I've been doing this for 25 years, and this is one of the cleanest, from a traffic point of view, projects that we've ever seen here in Santa Fe. Thank you.
So I would like to hear from the city engineer as to her reliance on section 14-8-2CDE.
Commissioner Clow, or Chair Clow and Commissioners. So I did not realize that there was this side arroyo in the beginning when I went to the site and met with their engineer about the floodplain. And I didn't walk over to that side, so I never requested information on the flow in that arroyo. They did recently submit the flow as, I think, approximately 47 CFS. However, that flow is only the flow coming from the off-site. There is additional flow that goes to that side arroyo from the site, and they did not do an analysis for that. So that little arroyo carries more than 47 CFS. So my reliance on that was originally, I just assumed that it could possibly be 100 CFS, and I stated that I wanted the 25-foot setback, and now that I see that it's most likely less than 100 CFS, based on the hydrologic information and the study, I can say that it's approximately half of the 100 CFS flow, and that I would require a 12-foot setback, which is half of the 25-foot setback. I don't have soil information. Most of the banks on that arroyo are not really steep, so the setback for me is more a condition of preserving a good area of the arroyo for the intent of the code, which does state that we're protecting wildlife habitat in addition to a water course, a waterway. So that was what I was going to amend my comments after I received their evaluation that it was a minimum of 47 CFS going through that waterway.
So I take it that you're saying you're okay with a 12-foot setback, not requiring a 25-foot setback. Is that correct?
I would, yes, I would, of course, prefer the 25-foot setback because it is a beautiful arroyo, and but yeah, from the banks of the arroyo, which we would have to establish where the banks of the arroyo are, and then a 12-foot setback from the banks of the arroyo. So it will be wider than just 24 feet because it includes the arroyo itself, plus 12 feet on each side.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner White? Smith, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I know a Peter White. It's going to take me a while to get him out of my head.
That's almost as normal as Peter Smith. I have a question I haven't been doing road traffic lights and traffic for 25 years. So you said it went from 800 to 600. What's the unit? Is it an hour, a minute, a second, the afternoon, the rush hour? I mean, how am I to understand what that means?
I was quoting to you the numbers for the PM peak hour, which is 4:30 to 5:30 approximately out there. And that the PM is the highest volume. The AM is lesser volume, and it too shows a downward trend similar to the PM. The PM impacts Lupita. The AM does not necessarily impact it as much. And we're talking about using analogy to project our traffic volumes. 6 cars in the AM would make a right turn onto Hospital Drive. That would be westbound. And westbound in the PM would be 11 cars. Now, that doesn't mean they're all going to head to Lupita. That means that they have access to that area, and they would probably use Galisteo more than Lupita because of the dirt roads.
Chair?
Yeah. Yes, sure.
Or not ask another question. I'm relatively new to this, so I don't know what's appropriate, what's not. This is a huge project. It's not going to go away in 5 years if there's a mistake made. I've heard, having reviewed the material, and no criticism of the staff at all, concerns about the height restrictions, the parapets, berms, walls. The traffic signs seem to be, okay. But to me, for us to, in a 2-hour conversation, give a green flag as opposed to waiting even 2 weeks and trying to get some more information about where is it 20, it's not 25 feet. The hospital says it couldn't be. We have other people who say maybe it could be. And I would like to hear more about that. Number 2, if it's 32 feet, is it 32 feet plus? And is that really the parapet, et cetera? Can that be put someplace else? And that is, I'm not asking a question. Excuse me. I've heard all the arguments. I know what you're going to say. I know what they're going to say. Okay. But I understand that the hospital doesn't want to put stuff on the side of the building or on the land below the building or whatever it is. But again, my friends are here, so just wait a minute. They'll be in to testify. No. To me, taking another even 2 weeks to try to get clarity on the questions that have been raised for a project that is going to be here for a long time, and it's an important project. I'm not against it at all, but I am uncomfortable giving green lights to parts of this and not to other parts of it, unless, as a newbie, I'm wrong that we cannot amend our understanding going forward. And I'm saying this in response to Mr. Pava, who knows a hell of a lot more about this than I do. But I'm concerned about getting to the bottom of what's opinion and what's hard fact and what's going to be forever. And I don't feel ready to, even having reviewed all the information, to make a decision tonight.
So if it was postponed, I'm not recommending it be, but if it was, I think we'd need to be extremely specific about what information we need and want, and who we, I guess we get staff to work with the applicant. And if you want, you could make a motion and see if someone seconds it, and then we can get more specific in terms of what the reason for the postponement, the really specific information that we need.
And let me editorially say, as a recovering politician of little note, I've lost votes before, so I'm not worried about that. Specifically, I'm interested in the issues having to do with the height restrictions where, in fact, the equipment that would go on top of the building, what that adds and how essential it is that it go there as opposed to someplace else. Number two, to probe the parapet and how that either enhances or doesn't. Number three, we've agreed on the sign, so I think, what are the commitments on walls and berms, regardless of the other things, because I didn't get anything there. And I think the one the final one is the understanding of the protection we need for radiation, how that relates to the water on the one hand, the water, whatever they are, those big things that hold water, and also how that contributes to one interpretation of how tall the building has to be. So there's thick walls going up and out, and there's an assertion that could be put down into the ground a little bit more. Finally, I didn't think that Commissioner Hinojos got, if I heard her question correctly, right, about a parking garage as a possible solution to the variance around the arroyo. So those are just, as I listen to this as not a professional planner, those are questions that I've heard tonight that I didn't feel. There may be a depth of knowledge on the staff. They're going to say that's easy stuff, Smith, in which case I'll take it. But I feel a need to be more certain about those things, given what I thought was the legitimate concerns raised by the neighbors, and frankly, the way they presented their concerns has persuaded me they're not against doing this. They are wanting to see it done in a way, and I want to know what the span of choices, if you will, really is. What's the way I want it, and what's the way it might be, and is there a difference between the two?
And I would add to that, I think that what needs some more clarity is the issue in terms of the arroyo setback, because it seems it's changed from 25 feet from someplace to 12 feet from someplace, and I think that makes a difference in terms of how many parking spaces might be lost. So I think that clarification, the applicant working with the city engineer, I think that could be helpful.
Madam Chair, so given the comments of Commissioner Smith and yourself, it seems to me that those go to the variance issues, which are the last two of the 4 items identified. And in that case, I think it would be appropriate, and I would move for the approval of the master plan for case 20225205 to begin with, and then secondly, for the approval of the development plan for case 20225206. The other 2 matters, I would agree with my commissioner friend, Mr. Smith, if I can call you my friend, that we should be provided with further information on the 2 variance requests.
I think that works, but I think in terms of the development plan, it has to be approved without the variances. Specifically state that the variances have not been approved, and at this point in time, the development plan is approved subject to them meeting the height requirement and the slope issue, or it might be easier just not to do the development plan at this point in time, I think. Commissioner Hinojos, it might be easier not to do the development plan at this point in time, because the development plan has in it the 2 variances. And so it might be better to wait and address that after we have more information on the variances. Otherwise, we're going to have to say the development plan is approved, but without the variances are denied, so they have to make changes to their development plan, because right now, their development plan includes all those parking spaces, and it includes invasion of the 30% slope.
I would just say, I'll certainly defer to you. It was my understanding from the initial presentation by the city that each of those recommendations would be taken separately, and therefore, the development plan does not depend on the approval or denial of the variance on the height or the slope.
And I could be wrong, so could staff clarify, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hennessel-Fall, to clarify, you can approve the development plan without the variances. Again, I stress that we would have to do conditions, as Madam Chair just explained. I would recommend that, if we're going that route, and if it sounds like you want to delay it to maybe a mid-month meeting, if we're just going to be back here again, perhaps we could do a preliminary development plan approval subject to them coming back with, let's see, preliminary approval, either come back with a different design that doesn't need variances, or we come back and decide the variances next meeting, and then decide whether or not you're going to get final approval of the development plan with the variances, or with the condition that they cannot have those variances. Hope that makes sense.
It does sort of. Maggie.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have Pat Fagali, our Assistant Counsel, who's raised her hand and wants to add to this conversation.
That could be helpful. Thank you.
Chair Clow, Commissioners, I think if you were going to delay some of the votes, it might make sense, because there are going to need to be conditions, to delay all of them. I think it would be simpler, and that way you could have all of the conditions at once.
And I agree. I think it would be cleaner and simpler to do it that way. Mr. Summer.
Just had a question along the lines that Daniel was just talking about, and that you all were talking about. If there was a preliminary approval, then in order to get a final, they would have to redesign. And is that what you're talking about?
I think we're talking about maybe not doing any approval at this point in time, just not to pin us down into anything that we might have to undo. Okay, are you guys okay with that?
That clarifies
Okay,
my question.
okay.
We won't be caught in between the two.
Right.
Madam Chair, I do want to clarify as well that the approval of the master plan could move forward without, it wouldn't impact the approval of the development plan, and it wouldn't create a binding situation where the development plan would or would not be able to use the variances. I think that would allow that master plan amendment to move forward to governing body in a more expeditious way.
So again, I'm a layman. Are you disagreeing with the attorney who just spoke and suggested it was better for us to wait on all four?
Sorry, Commissioner Smith, I was understanding that Pat was referring to delaying the development plan and the variances together, but maybe I misunderstood. Pat, would you like to clarify?
Yeah, you could do the master plan now, or you could do them all together. The master plan, I guess, would not have anything that would be dependent on the variance, although if the commission then were to deny the development plan, it could be a little messy. So that's a conversation.
And I think we need to keep in mind, we just recommend on the master plan. The council approves the master plan. So it might make sense for us to recommend that so that you guys can move along to council on that issue, and then we can deal with the more technical development plan and the variances. Does that make sense?
If you're asking me, yes, that would make sense.
Chair, could I ask a question? Sure. To the group? So at first, it seemed like we were talking about more information.
Yes.
Specific.
To the variances.
Right.
Yes.
But so if we're asking them to redesign, to go around variances, that's, to me, a much different thing than additional information as to why they're needed. So are we asking for both?
I think what we're doing is sort of throwing some comments out and concerns and hoping that the applicant will get together with the city and sort of address issues like equipment on the roof. Can it be someplace else? What are the parapets like? The building issue, does it really need to be that tall? And the issue of a parking garage, and then the issue with the setback, the royal setback.
Both are on the table, though.
I think so.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for giving us a moment to speak. We would prefer that you do the whole thing as a package and let us get, if you need more information, then you get all the information, and then you can say, yeah, the master plan, no, the development plan, or yeah, the master plan, yes, the development plan, no variances, or, do one big package, and that way we all know where we're standing. That's where we'd like to be, and thank you very much for giving us a chance to butt in.
So would someone like to make a motion? The commissioner make a motion? Mr. Palma?
Can we give one of our new commissioners the opportunity?
I was going to let you set the example.
I believe
Hopefully not a bad one.
I believe, Madam Chair, what we're talking about here is a deferral of all four cases to a date uncertain.
Pat,
Correct?
can you help us?
What language would you like me to paraphrase?
I believe it would be a postponement, and it would be preferred to be to a date certain, otherwise we need to renotice. So a date certain would be preferable. Either perhaps Ms. Moore or Mr. Klug could propose a date that would work for the staff.
Mr. Klug?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out that Commissioner Nejo's Fall did make a motion. I think she may need to rescind that motion first.
Thank you. I rescind the motions.
Madam Chair, if I may make a suggestion, our standing mid-month meeting is the 21st. We can schedule for that meeting if we'd like.
The 21st
of July.
July.
That is literally 2 weeks away, Madam Chair, and could we say the first meeting in August? No.
Apologies. Thank you for recognizing me. I am, I'm not in the country the first meeting in August. So we will be prepared in 2 weeks. We have no issue with 2 weeks at all. We will have everything you need.
Well, my problem is I may not be here then, but that's okay. People will survive without me, I'm sure.
In terms of timing and the schedule, if we agree to get Daniel his information, that we can answer the specific questions. We wrote them down as you went through them, address them, and if it needs information, we'll get them to Daniel. When do you need them in so that you can get them to the Planning Commission? Just so long as we're not penalized if we have to show up that night and give you some information. We will get Daniel everything we can get him within the time frame so he can get it to into your packet. And I just want to, if we have to present things that night, we'll do that as well. But we'll get him everything we can. It'll be the Monday before. So we'll get our information to him the Monday before. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the matter of cases 2022, 5205, 5206, 5208, and 5209, I motion for a deferral to July 20, was it 21st? 21st of 2022.
There a second?
Second.
And we take a roll call on this.
Commissioner Hinojosa Fall,
Aye.
Commissioner Lucero,
Aye.
Commissioner Mirando,
Aye.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you for a very good presentation, and thank you, the public, for very good comments, very thoughtful comments. We'll move now to case number 2022-5398, 3007 St. Francis Drive rezoning. And Daniel, this is you also, huh? You've had a busy night.
Just camping out tonight. Thank you. Maybe I'll wait for everybody to take off before I get started. Or actually, Madam Chair, are you ready for my presentation?
Yes, go ahead and proceed, please.
So, the next case is case 2022-5397 and 5398. This is also represented by Jenkins Gavin for the applicants of Vincent's Legacy. The case is known as Santa Fe Suites. It's an extended stay hotel that is being converted into has been converted into a multifamily residential community that is partially affordable housing and partially supportive housing for those at risk of homelessness. So the two cases at hand are a development plan amendment as well as a rezoning. The amendment is to show on the development plan that this is now a residential community, and the rezoning would be to remove the project from the South Central Highway Corridor Protection District, the same overlay we're just working with, to allow for the existing density to proceed. So this case is a little unique in that we're doing this retroactively. As you probably know, the Santa Fe Suites were converted into a residential community during the COVID-19 pandemic as emergency housing for people who were at risk of becoming homeless. So the city at that time, or the applicants at that time, did not receive land use approvals because of the emergency proclamation. And now we are going back to approve this development or reuse of a development to make it permanent. So tonight you would be approving the development plan amendment, which would include a parking demand study that the applications provided that does reduce or asks to reduce their parking requirement. And then you would also approve the rezoning recommendation to the City Council or the governing body for final approval. These are the two motions you would need. So briefly, I will go over the case. This is the property in question. It's lot D6 and D5 within the overall development, which is the shopping mall you see here. The development plan amendment only affects these two parcels, and it is just to change the use from an extended stay hotel to the residential use, but there is no redevelopment except for interior remodeling, which I believe has already occurred. The second request is for the rezoning out of the overlay district so that they can return to the underlying zoning of the SC1 district. So you'll see here that the project already meets most of the requirements, zoning requirements for both the SC1 and the overlay district. However, the density is not met. According to the overlay district's density calculations, they would only be allowed 84 units. The hotel, the now residential suites, have 123 units that are already occupied. So in order to legalize this, they need to be rezoned out of the overlay district. I wanted to address the parking reduction because this is a little different. We do have a provision for applicants to reduce their parking requirements with a parking demand analysis study. This was submitted to reduce their parking demand by 23 spaces. And the demand analysis is in your application materials, but as the land use department and the MPO staff has reviewed it and determined that we recommend that it should be granted along with the development plan amendment because of the particular use of the residential suites and its proximity to alternative transportation, among other justifications. So that is the end of my presentation, and now I'll hand it over to Jenkins Gavin for their presentation.
Thank you very much.
Hello again, commissioners. I am still Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin, and I do have a presentation, but I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. But before I get started, I'm here this evening on behalf of Santa Fe Suites and Community Solutions in request for a development plan amendment and a rezone request. But I would like to invite a member of the Community Solutions team. And Ms. Sarai, is she up? If she could unmute herself and introduce herself, and she just has a few comments because she's speaking, on behalf of the ownership who are involved in this important project.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Jennifer and team. Thanks to the others here.
Sarai, just hold
Yes.
on 1 second. Can you please state your name and address for the record and be sworn in?
Sure. Sarai Williams. I live at 6033 Washington Avenue in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19143.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you everyone for being here this evening and for your time. My name is Sarai Williams, and I'm joined by my colleague Dave Foster, who leads our real estate work. We are, as Jennifer said, representatives of the owners of Santa Fe Suites, Vincent's Legacy, who is a local entity of Community Solutions, which is a national nonprofit with a mission to measurably reduce and create lasting end to homelessness. As many of you know, and Daniel stated, in December of 2020, we partnered with the City of Santa Fe, creatively leveraged CARES Act funding as a way to repurpose the struggling hotel to meet the needs of the community and to help address a housing shortage. As was said, this is a 123-room studio apartment complex that helps to address the housing crisis resulting from ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and accelerate the city's efforts to end homelessness. You will hear, or you've heard now that we are here today to get the suites rezoned as multifamily in order to secure a federal HUD loan, which would provide long-term favorable loan terms and allow us to bring in more capital for various improvements. If he's still in the audience, I'm not sure, you may hear later from Edward Archuleta with St. Elizabeth's Shelter. They are our partner with the project, whose team provides a tremendous amount of supportive services through on-site case management to many of our residents. And I want to make sure I emphasize that the Santa Fe Suites is not a homeless shelter. It is not transitional housing. It's not even 100% supportive housing project. This is a mixed income housing with 50 to 60% of the units as market rate workforce housing and the other 40 to 50% for people exiting homelessness. We also have a partnership with the Cancer Foundation for New Mexico that has a block of 60 units leased for homeless and low-income cancer patients, which enables them to stay nearby while receiving treatment next door at the cancer center. Our property management team works in direct coordination with our case managers with the aim to be approachable, compassionate, and professional, and that includes holding all of our tenants accountable for a high standard of living. Our case managers, along with our community-based partnerships, provide on-site health, mental health, access to job training, and financial literacy, and other critical social services to help support our tenants to increase their self-sufficiency and economic mobility. I can say with certainty that we all share a common goal, and all of us involved in this project share a common goal of creating quality housing that is safe, affordable, and well-run. We want to ensure that project investments are not only physical with items such as unit upgrades and site improvements, et cetera, but also include investments into the livelihoods of our residents. And I just want to end with something that my colleague Sweta Patel impressed on us at our neighborhood meeting, that we should really all feel outraged by homelessness. We should feel outraged that not everyone has equitable access to safe, stable, permanent, high-quality, affordable housing because housing shortages and discriminatory policies. It is projects like Santa Fe Suites, we believe, that will measurably reduce homelessness in communities, and there needs to be, frankly, more of them. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Sarai. So again, here on behalf of Community Solutions, you just heard from Sarai Williams. Civil engineering services provided locally by Santa Fe Engineering. Our parking consultant is Bohannon Houston. And then, of course, Daniel is our city staff member. So you already heard a little bit of the background that Community Solutions partnered with the city of Santa Fe to leverage CARES Act funding to acquire the property and convert it into much-needed emergency housing. And the project comprises 123 homes. There's 122 studios and one bedroom. 2 of the units reserved for staff. And as Sarai mentioned, we partner with the Cancer Foundation of New Mexico to provide 6 units for low-income patients accessing services at the adjacent cancer center. It's so interesting. It's like all these things coming together at once in the same hearing. And then, as she mentioned, 50% of the residents do receive supportive services, but 50% of the residents are just our local workforce. So it is a diverse, mixed-income community. So the Santa Fe Suites is part of an overall development plan for the shopping center, you know, where Albertsons is and all those other businesses. And so we are amending that development plan in order just to change the use of this site from a hotel to a residential community. And because of the density limitations of the South Central Highway Corridor, which does have a limitation of 21 dwellings per acre, that the only way to address the existing density, we're not adding any units, we've actually reduced it from the 128 hotel rooms that were there originally. And the only path we have to legalize the existing density is to carve this property out of the highway corridor. So that is a rezoning action that will go forward to the governing body. So this is the subject property. It has this odd little kind of flag that runs along the St. Francis right-of-way. And you can see the property here, and just north, that's the Albertsons building there. That is the Cancer Center there, and other retail and restaurant facilities and other medical facilities across the street. So the property is zoned shopping center, and multifamily is a permissible use in a shopping center zone. And as you can see, we are part of the South Central Highway Corridor overlay. And then zooming in on the property, you can see there's a series of 8 residential buildings and then a kind of a common community building in the center. We are adjacent to an arroyo that is overlaid with a FEMA floodplain. And so all the improvements are existing. There have already been improvements to the property relative to converting the units and doing some upgrades of the units for housing purposes, creating communal and community space. But there's more in the works in terms of more capital improvements to the property. And so this is the development plan that we're amending, and as Daniel mentioned, this amendment only impacts these parcels. And so we're making that very clear on the development plan, that this amendment doesn't impact any of the other development. And so, so we arrived at the density of, so as Alexandra mentioned in her presentation earlier, that was wonderful, serendipitous, and that she was making that presentation this evening, there is a 15% density bonus for affordable housing. So when you add that to the limitation in the highway corridor, that puts you just a little over 24 dwellings per acre. And because we do have floodplain on the property, we actually have to subtract the floodplain, so you can't use that acreage to calculate density. So we're really looking at density per net acre here. So based upon the existing dwelling count of 123 units, we are at 35.5. So the good news is, all of the other design standards of the South Central Highway Corridor, we are in compliance with. We have 50% open space that is required for residential projects. Our building height is compliant and under the 25-foot maximum in the highway corridor. And there's a minimum 50-foot setback from St. Francis. We actually have a 120-foot setback from St. Francis. So we are compliant with all of those provisions of the highway corridor as well as the underlying zoning. And so the only difference is in the residential density. And so this just summarizes those elements of the highway corridor that we do comply with. And also, as Daniel mentioned, we did submit a parking demand analysis in order to get an approval for the existing parking supply on the property. There's no additional space within the property to add more parking, and the property has been occupied and operating as a residential community for a year and a half. We've had no issues with parking. And so the parking study addressed, good access to transportation alternatives. There is a bus stop right on Zia. The train is right across the road. The Arroyo Chamizo Trail and the trail along St. Francis, that is all right out their back door. And so there's great multimodal opportunities here. And with the population that we're serving, there is a lower percentage of car ownership. So for these reasons, staff is recommending approval of our parking reduction. And Alexander spoke earlier about the investments that the city makes through their Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Well, Santa Fe Suites was awarded $910,000 in this last round of grants in order to invest into additional capital improvements in the property, which we're really excited about. And as Sarai mentioned, the key purpose of these entitlements, besides just following the regulations and getting the entitlements, is that it's going to tee us up for some very favorable long-term HUD financing for the project, which is also going to free up additional capital to continue to improve and upgrade the property and the living experience for the residents. And that is it. So thank you so much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Shall we go to public comment?
Hi, how's it going? Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Edward Archuleta, 804 Ellery Street. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Edward Archuleta, and I'm the Executive Director of St. Elizabeth Shelters and Supportive Housing. As you heard during the presentation, we provide support services for the Santa Fe Suites. On site, we have 2 program managers, a licensed therapist, a licensed social worker, and a case manager. Later this summer, we will be hiring a behavioral health crisis clinician and a peer support worker. I think this shows we are truly dedicated to the mental and physical well-being of our residents. In addition, we have 2 leasing agents and 2 maintenance staff, 3 of whom actually live on the property and provide security. Since we got involved with the suites a year and a half ago, we have housed about 90 formerly homeless individuals and provided living space for other low-income and medium residents of Santa Fe. St. Elizabeth has over 35 years working with this vulnerable population, and we have gained the trust and support of the people of Santa Fe, for which we are very grateful. We plan to continue in that tradition at the Santa Fe Suites. So obviously, we stand in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Rick Martinez, 725 Mesilla Road. I kind of support this project, but there's one problem that I really have with this project, and that problem is that you're using a text amendment to rezone them out of the St. Francis Drive corridor. The corridor was put in place by a lot of people and was there for a reason. If we're not going to use that corridor anymore, then just gut it. You know, the last case you did it through a variance to let them do what they needed. But removing these guys from the corridor, you did that. They did that with the Zia station. They removed themselves out of the corridor. It's a corridor in place for a reason. That's to protect our gateways, our view sites, and everything. I know they're not destroying that, but what it does, it gives other developers the idea of how to start using that text amendment. If we start destroying that, we might, like I said earlier, we might as well just get rid of that whole corridor thing and all the rest of the corridors in the city. We're not going to back it up, you know. Let's think of a better way we can do it so that they can have what they need without having to tear up these corridors. You know, I think there's other easier ways to do this instead of using a text amendment, which the text amendment does is just say, all right, you don't have to do it. I mean, for example, if somebody doesn't want to be in the historic district, they can almost use the same thing. So we're setting ourselves up for the same thing, not to be in the historic districts, you know, by using the text amendment, by getting out of this. So I just think that I support the project, but removing them from the St. Francis Drive corridor is the wrong way to go. Think of a better way to use it instead of just removing them and just leaving and keeping the rest of the area around there in the corridor. You know, to me, I just see the downfall of Santa Fe by other developers looking at this trick of using a text amendment to remove themselves from the corridor. And once again, what are they there for? We're not going to obey them. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Do we have people on Zoom? Whose hands are raised? So do we have anyone whose hand is raised on Zoom who wants to discuss this case?
Madam Chair, I don't see anyone on Zoom who has raised their hand.
Okay, so this will close the public hearing, public part of the meeting. And I have a question. Why is this being done by rezoning as opposed to variance? Because wouldn't, if it's rezoned out, then I'm assuming the height restriction wouldn't still stay in effect, and so they would have the right to add a third story on?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's quite simple, actually. You cannot have a variance to density. The variances cannot apply to the intensity of a project. They can only apply to dimensional standards generally. So you cannot ask for a variance to density, and that avenue was one of the very first things that the applicants requested, and we had to say no. And I would just add that we looked at a variety of avenues, including some unconventional ones, and the rezoning was the only real legal way to make this work.
Okay. Thank you. Do commissioners have any other comments? Commissioner Pava?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Mr. Alvarado or staff. Mr. Martinez mentioned maybe there's some other way to do this, other means to these ends. Is it possible, for example, to not change the overlay zone, but actually to amend the overlay zone to allow this specific use and density, for example? That way we would keep the zone in place, which is maybe important, very important, but we wouldn't, it's not a variance, because it's a change in use, but we're doing it not through the variance process. We would be doing it through an amendment to the overlay zone.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Pava, I do believe that is a possibility, although that's not what's being requested tonight, so it would have to be another process. I believe we talked about that option, and it was decided this was more favorable. Maybe you have another recollection.
So in addition to the rezone request, we also are doing a development plan. So this body has the ability to add conditions to the development plan. So conditions could be added to the development plan that mirror the highway corridor in terms of maximum height, in terms of the setback from St. Francis, and in terms of the provision for 50% open space. So that is another avenue to preserve those components of the corridor that we are already in compliance with. So we would be amenable to adding that condition of approval and putting those notes on the development plan that would preserve that and add that extra layer of security there.
No further comments?
Any other questions? Someone want to make a motion? Complicated, but, Commissioner Pava?
Staff may want to intervene and help me on this one. In the matter of case 2022-5397 and 5398, I propose the following motion, or perhaps motions. With regard to the development plan amendment, a recommendation for approval to the governing body. This does go to the governing body, doesn't it?
No, sir. The development plan amendment is approved tonight. The rezoning goes to the governing body.
Yeah, I just had them backwards. Okay. Recommend approval of the development plan. And with regard to the rezoning, recommend approval of the rezoning to the governing body. Subject to the findings of fact and conditions, or the conclusions of law stipulated in the staff report.
And what about the additional conditions in the development plan that the height not exceed 25 feet, that the setbacks be no more than 50 feet, the open space be 50%?
I would take that as part of, either as part of my motion or a friendly amendment. Looks like Mr. Klug has a comment.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Pava, I believe you should add, subject to conditions of approval of technical corrections outlined in the report as well in your motion.
But including the ones that were just stated?
Correct.
Okay.
I would accept that. Have we captured that? Thank you.
And I think we should note that the applicant has agreed to the new conditions concerning height, setback, and open space that we just recited, that they're in agreement with that being placed on the plat.
Madam Chair, to clarify, the conditions of approval would specify that the other restrictions would mirror the overlay, and the
Yes.
only
Yes.
difference would be the density.
Yes, that's a good way to state it, and that would be noted on the plat. Is there a second?
With those conditions, I second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hinojosa Paul,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucero,
Yes.
Commissioner Morondo,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Good project. So the next is matters from the commission, but I think also matters from staff, but do we do commission first, I guess? Any commission have any matters? Like, do you want to bring anything up and discuss it? Rather than it's time to go home?
Sure. This is addressed to staff in general. I keep looking at that clock, and I am wondering if it's a battery problem, or would you like me, I can't donate a clock to the city, but maybe we could have a slush fund, or we could do something about that. I keep getting, I think it's later than 20 of 8, it sure feels like it, but
They do
maybe
that on
that's
purpose.
intentional, so we don't feel this is late. I guess my point is, can we get that fixed or take it down?
Commissioner Pava was right once tonight.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Pava, yes, we can approach Facilities Division to have that fixed.
Any other matters from the commission? Matters from staff?
No matters.
Okay, with that, we'll adjourn.